Make sure that sit down here. Hi. Oh, hey, how's it going? You're here early. Yeah, it's good to meet you.
Oh, thanks. I came with a phone.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
I'll see you around.
Yeah, yeah.
Or to the back.
Awesome. Okay. Okay, so how do I connect this to the camera here? Oh,
Are you gonna live stream on that computer?
yeah.
Okay, then I need to put it on the USB input.
Yeah. I have USB-C. Yeah. Okay.
Up here.
Can this stream from Zoom onto there or?
Yeah, I should be able to pick it up.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's do that. Yep. Switch sides. Sweet. Thank you.
In my. Okay. Do we know if anybody's using this one? Do not know. I would think the moderators might, but I don't know. Is that dark? Or is it, this is... Are there any videos or computer audio that we need? I honestly don't know. Okay. You know who I can talk to? Yes, the guy, Eric, the other Eric, you're there with the silver hair. I have the mic here, but I can station them on the stage.
Actually, you can station them on the seats up here. Sure. Yeah. That's everything backwards on their live stream.
Anything you guys get hands over here? I don't think so. Are you gonna be running slides? Or today, or is it?
Albert does have slides, yes. Wait, that's his computer?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if he wanted it mirrored
let's
or not,
take a look.
because that's not mirrored.
Oh, because we have these in the background. Then,
It's mirrored and everything.
no, that looks weird. Let's leave it like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't tell if it's dark, actually dark on the stage, or if it is
Um,
camera setting that's dark.
do you have the program feed?
Yeah, this is the
Supports?
light. No, this is
Oh,
straight out.
oh,
It's straight out of the
like that
camera.
on there. Yeah. You want to change your ISOs? What would have
It's
your
on
ISO?
automatic and it's on ISO 2.8, so it's pretty bright.
Sandy, what's a good ISO for this? 400? But you got the external light there. Yeah, come check this out. It's coming to the Zoom feed. This f-stops at 2.8. It's a shot that
That's
just gets
wide
all the
open.
chairs.
And that's wide open.
I mean, it's wide open, so. I don't know
Does
if
the
it's,
screen being dark?
I think it's the screen being dark.
Okay.
On my monitor, it's straight up
Oh, okay.
beautiful.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes more sense.
Eric, or is it,
Albert.
Albert?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, you said,
I'm Eric, by the way.
I'm sorry, Eric,
We're a lot of Erics.
your ISO is on automatic, you said?
It is, and it's as wide open as it gets. It's on 2.8, so
Okay,
it's as wide as it can go. Just lost the camera.
okay. No, that, it's dark on Albert's. feed. But on the camera, it looks
You
good.
tried watching it? You tune into the stream,
Oh,
see
Yeah.
what it looks like on that side?
okay. What's the,
I don't know what Albert's stream.
oh, shoot, yeah, I don't know either.
It looks a little brighter now, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah,
adjust itself.
I think the screen brightness on this computer is not turned up really high.
There should just be a button.
Oh, okay. You need more seats or? Yeah, we are gonna do.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean,
I mean, the problem is you get these bright LED
yeah,
TVs behind it,
Yeah.
so it's backlight and everything. So the camera kicks into backlight mode.
that's what it is, huh?
and
It's
sees
like
it. It's like, yeah.
Flipping back and forth where it's focusing.
Well, it's not changing the focus. It's just flipping to
Yeah.
the exposure. I'm afraid if I go manual exposure, I can't expose for the people on the stage because there's no spotlights on them,
Right.
right? I can only expose for the,
LEDs, it looks crazy.
yeah, and that's, you won't see the LEDs or you won't see the
There's the
people.
feed. It's dark. It's still.
Yeah, we don't have spotlights or anything like that, so it's kind of tough to adjust the exposure. Yeah, I can't, I mean, it's wide
Yeah.
open and the LEDs are
Setting.
washing it out.
Um,
The LED screens in the back are washing out
oh, yes.
because there's no light on the chairs or the spotlights shining down on them. So you can't expose for both.
Like getting darker.
I know.
Okay. Try something.
You're gonna be in this.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. I could run.
no, is anyone running the,
I just tested getting on the street.
Okay, no.
Yeah. What this is what it looks like.
if you need more, game, just let me know. Okay. The mics are all in there.
We're going to sit up there. You can tell.
No. From the LED.
What was that?
The screen, I'm thinking maybe we turn the middle, if we turn the middle screen off.
No, it needs a spotlight.
You can turn it off if that's what you want.
I noticed testing that, we're making that brighter. The middle screen will get really washed out. So. Let's keep cutting off the middle screen by keeping the side too. To balance that out. Because you can still have it right there and not a white spot.
I mean, if it's not important to show the screens on the stream, I can zoom in and it makes it look a little better.
Are you looking at the mouse? Because yours is the camera in charge of zooming in and out, right? For the,
You want, that's
For-
out.
for this.
That's as far as it goes out.
it looks better.
So when I zoom in, you lose the brightness gets undersampled of the lens or the TV. So
I think that, then it also, once you're taking attention away from the center, which is the piece of the funnel, which is what we want. So that definitely works.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be going. Eric, thank you. You good?
I think beats the hell out of me. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just doing this by ear, man.
Appreciate it, man. You look like a pro. You are a pro.
I used to be a pro.
Used to do this work?
Yeah, well, I used to, yeah, do it for SAP, all of their
There
conferences
you
and
go.
stuff.
So you are. This is your.
But I had a lot big budget and paid a lot of people to make decisions, do stuff. I just made decisions.
Exactly. You were just point.
Yeah, you here.
Company that acquired company.
You got yourself settled?
Yeah, I think so. Can everybody hear me?
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Oh, wow. Okay. The voice goes now.
Are you ready?
Yeah. So, yeah, go for the intro. Let's get started. Yeah.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Eric Forst. Thank you so much for coming out today to the Career Transition Conference. It's the first time we've ever held this event. I'm the coordinator of the Workforce Development DAO, which is part of We Heart SF. We're an organization that meets every Wednesday right down the street here at the House of Web3. And we're using Web3 technology to try to create better information services for everyone who's working on the unhoused problem here in the city of San Francisco. So we're very excited to have collaborated with Albert Chian from Albert's List. Thank you, Albert, for helping put this panel together. And I'll turn it over to Albert for the Is It Time to Quit Tech, Discover Careers Worth a Look panel. Thank you all.
Yeah, so welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's a beautiful day outside. It's the day after probably a lot of late Halloween parties. And so I'm very grateful that many of you decided to take the time and come out here and to learn about transitioning in your careers. And so, the first topic of this conference today is we want to talk about whether it's time to quit tech or not. And so we all know the data, right? Or almost 500,000 people have been laid off from tech companies over the last couple of years. New companies have been laying off just really in the last week. And you've had everyone from Fortune 500s to small startups do this. And all the reasons have kind of come down to macroeconomic uncertainty. It's come down to investing in AI. It's also come down to high interest rates and not wanting to hire people because it's just way too expensive to do so. Before we begin, how many of you do work in tech and are actively thinking of quitting? Okay, so a lot of you. And actually, how many are thinking of quitting? Actually, should be the second question if we're raising our hands. Okay, good. So I'm glad there's some of you. Don't be shy in raising your hand on that either, by the way, because I work in tech too, and I've worked in the Bay Area in tech, and it's brutal because companies will drop you at a hat, and you know that when it comes to things like the pandemic, they treated us all really, really kindly. They pretended to care about our mental health. And then once the economic situation got bad, they said, okay, we're going to lay off 20% of the staff here because of macroeconomic conditions. And so the purpose of this first panel today is I've assembled a group of very distinguished individuals who I've had the pleasure of interacting with one way or another over the last decade plus. And they all don't work in tech. They may touch tech, but they work in areas outside of technology. And we're going to talk today about each and every one of their careers. And we're going to separate reality from hype. And we're going to learn about what it's like to work in their industries. And there will be a chance for Q&A at the end. And we're going to go through 6 or 7 standard questions talking about what they do for a living, how much they make, because we all care about how much we take home, the day-to-day work, education, and so forth. And also the question that probably many of you want to know is whether their careers are going to be impacted by artificial intelligence, because that's also on our minds as well. And so we're going to get started with introductions. And the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to start from my right, start from my right and go to the very right. And then we're going to come back with the second questions and just go back and forth. And each of these individuals will also have a chance at the very end to promote themselves, be open for introductions and talk about coaching and things of that sort. And so there's an opportunity to network as well towards the end. So our first question for each and every one of you, I know all of you have complex careers and you do amazing things. And some of you also have multiple careers like Mark over here. And so let's start by talking about what it is that you do and some of maybe your day-to-day duties. So we'll start with Cheryl here.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl. I'm a library services manager at the Santa Clara County Library District. My role is, you think of a librarian and you see them at the library. My role is very different. I currently oversee the programming side and all of the collections for our 8 community libraries. So like I like to tell people, I'm the person that is the wallet holder. I'm the one with the purse. I'm the one signing the checks. I'm the one that has the contracts that for all the programs that you see at the library, a lot of it touches my desk. And so it's been around 7 months I've been there. I have worked in other government agencies, including the City of Mountain View, the City of Palo Alto, City of Santa Clara, the Contra Costa County, and currently right now, the County of Santa Clara. So I have over 30 years of government experience. So if you ever need help on how to kind of get into government or want a government career, come talk to me. I got you covered.
Sweet.
Thanks.
And if as a part of your career, you also left tech, indicate that in your answer too.
Unfortunately, I have never left tech. I've always wanted to be in tech. You know, it was really like cool, like back when everybody was getting those free lunches, and then I would hear all about those Christmas parties in San Francisco where you guys went on a boat and, you know, toured Alcatraz and had all these like late night fun nights. No. You're lucky to get a hot dog or a potluck at your Christmas party. So, but, you know, there are definitely
Of working in government and definitely helping people is the #1 thing. So pay for it, which is really, really great. But I'll let our other panelists take over and then.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Sandy McClanahan, and I'm a hat maker amongst many other things. Formerly in tech, I think saying tech with me about 1.5 years ago. I was one of the many laid off.
Camera just died.
I was a customer success manager, program manager for many years. And I've had the joy and the privilege truly to be able to lean more into my creative pursuits over this last 1.5 years, almost 2 years, that I've been on my own, which has led me to making hats, which has led me to selling jewelry, which has led me to really just beginning to build my life and create it in the way that I want. So my answer, while not straightforward, it's really hard to say that I do any one thing right now. But what I do get to do is work with a lot of small businesses. I get to bring out all of my skills that I learned in the tech field and bring it to all of these different people that I have the opportunity and the pleasure to work with. I am also really enjoying getting to lean back into my coaching world, which I did quit tech. This is not my first time quitting tech. This is my second time, actually. But I'm bringing back my coaching career and being able to help other people create life the way that they want it, and to really realize that while we believe that the 9 to 5 was the stable route and is the way that we can go to have security for our future, it's not actually always like that. And we're all learning that very quickly these days in the world of layoffs. And so being able to decide how you want to make life for yourself allows you to create that stability and create that flexibility to move with the craziness and the chaos that life tends to bring us, but allow us to solidify ourselves back into ourselves and know that we can, I don't know, like a bird, trust our own wings rather than trust the branch that we're standing on. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Wesley. I'm a small business owner of Connection Math, which I started earlier this year. It provides math tutoring services to students in San Jose. But yeah, I was working statistics, data analytics. But you know, I was always doing a bit of the math teaching and math tutoring on the side, which is kind of how I got into my current small business position. You know, so always just really happy working with the students is really, I'd say, the big benefit of yeah, being a small business owner, and you get to set your own hours.
Thanks, Wesley. Good morning. Thank you for showing up today. I'm excited to learn from you and from everyone else here on the stage. So my tech career, I would say that's the majority of my career. It's been in databases and internet security. One of my funnest stops was with a company called VeriSign, which got acquired by a company you work for, Symantec. But it was post-VeriSign. That was my last full-time tech job where I wanted to see what was beyond tech. So I would say I haven't quit tech, I've expanded to see what else is there beyond tech. So I would say in your tech career, what did you do or what are you doing now that you found joy in? For me, it was presentations. It's getting my engineers ready to communicate, whether it's from the stage, from an interview. And it turns out that that's a skill that's highly in demand. So after leaving VeriSign, I looked to see what can I do? And I ended up creating a communications company. So specifically, we help folks prepare for conferences like this. A fun one that we did a couple of weeks ago was TED AI. AI is this topic planet these days. Let's say everybody wants to get on the stage to speak about AI, talk about the future of it. So a couple of tips as you're listening today. Think about what skills you have that could translate to other industries. For me, it was communications. For you, it might be design. It might be working with the government, but there's a skill that you already have that can facilitate this transition.
Hi, everybody. I'm Patrick Cedillo. I'm a real. I'm broadcasting, or I could have gone into IT. I chose broadcasting. This is Arizona. What I should have done is chose air conditioners. Because those guys have 4 houses now, and they're never out of work every summer. What you have to do is look for something that people need every single day. And what we do with when we have a house, I mean, some people say that as a real estate broker that it's just a couple of forms. Oh, he just fills out a couple of forms and then he collects his check. Let me tell you something. I've dealt with hoarders. I've dealt with rats. I've cleaned toilets. I've had to shut toilets down when the photographer's on the way. I've had overflowing toilets. I've had so much stuff that I never thought I would have to do. You have to coach people, psychologist, get it to the finish line. But it is the most satisfying thing to get a project, clean it up, sell it, and have a happy seller and a happy buyer, and be responsible for both ends. And if you're responsible and take responsibility, you will be successful. I've got 2 sales cooking right now. We're closing this week, thank God. And it's up, it's down. It goes sideways sometimes. But I did come from a corporate environment, not tech. I was at CBS News and I was at ABC News. I was a reporter for 3 years. The punitive environment in corporate, I couldn't deal with. Working for yourself, it's a harder road, it's a rockier road, it's a higher climb, but there's no price for freedom. I did bring some of those videography skills with me to this day. So if anybody's looking for something we call a video resume, talk to me or talk to Albert and we can get you on the right track to get that Instagram post, that minute. That's going to be the biggest difference between a video or a stack of resumes.
Hello, my name is Jerry Wilburn. I'm a social worker for ILS Health. I'm basically a subcontractor for Kaiser. So if you like helping people, then you might want to do my kind of like career. But I wasn't always just in this field. I made a transition. So I was 9 years a senior operations manager at the Santa Clara Convention Center doing transportation management, closing all the roads, making sure the conferences ran good and that kind of stuff. And I said, wow, this is kind of a really boring job. Like I'm really just helping people get places faster and like optimizing transportation routes and making sure like everything's running smooth. I did it for 9 years. I'm like, oh my God, kill me. So I wanted to help the people where I grew up at. I grew up in a very disenfranchised area of San Jose, East San Jose. I wanted to become a community organizer. So I went back to school because I got my BA in community organizing. Then I said, you know what, I want a master's. So let me work in public policy. I really want to help the homeless. So I was working for a Cedar Chavez Center for a few years. Then I got my master's in with the focus of homelessness and housing. Then I went to work for the city of San Jose under homeless response team, designing all the tiny home villages for the city of San Jose. And I said, wow, this is cool. This is really great. So I made a transition again from government to running a shelter. The city's like, you really have a great heart for helping people. Would you want to run the largest family shelter for Santa Clara County? Sure. So I was running during the pandemic too, the largest family shelter. And then I kind of, got kind of burnt out on that a little bit. So I wanted to just go more like clerical work. So I became a grant writer. Actually, no, let me back up a little bit. I was a program manager for White City in San Francisco out at Hunters Point doing housing programs. So during that, I was doing tenant stabilization for anti-displacement programs, stabilizing people during the pandemic and post-pandemic, and all the communities for District 10 and District 11. I had a team of 16 employees. And then I started really getting into grant writing. I wrote my first grant and got it for $4.5 million for a retreat program. Then I got another one for community integration and community engagement for $750,000. And then I said, you know what, I'm really good at grant writing because I like using GIS. Also, I have a advanced certification in GIS, pulling data, telling a story with the data, and telling a story to funders. So I could develop programs that actually make great impact into different franchise communities. So then I became a grant writer for Shelter Inc. There I got another $15 million for domestic violence programs, other home shelters. I started 3 mental health programs in Sacramento, and those programs are still up and running. But then I got laid off because when you do that much volume at once, they had to lay off all middle management or to float the bill for the government. Because when you do government contracts, you have to pay the first quarter and then seek reimbursement. So $15 million was a bit much for the company. So then I was looking for work, and then I'm like, you know what? Kaiser hired. So now I'm at Kaiser. I love it. I'm out of management. I really help people. I have $30K at my disposal just to help people move from the streets into housing. And I get to use all my skills. Went back and I'm getting my doctorate right now. My dissertation is on anti-displacement of Native Hawaiians in Hawaii. I'll be speaking at the Hawaiian State Conference on my data and my research in 2 weeks. So if you're in Honolulu, come check me out. Yeah, it's never too late to go back to school. And if you really want to get a doctorate, I'm actually an online student at USC, one of the top programs in homelessness in the country. So if you really want to make an impact and like help people, please talk to me after.
Hey, everybody, I'm Mark Sackett. I'm crazy impressed by all of you guys. Sometimes I own 2 companies and 13 divisions of those companies. So I'm a award-winning graphic designer, art director, filmmaker, music producer, public speaker, publisher, and a few other things. And, I only have a 2-year college degree. I've never been a huge fan of advanced education because everybody I know that has advanced degrees, nothing personal, is spending the next 25 years paying them off. So I've really, when I was in college, and none of you, I don't think anybody here is even close to my age. So I graduated college in 1979. I'm 67 years old. I realized that education for me had to be the doing of it and the making of it. And I would learn because I'm a smart guy and and I'm highly absorbent. So I took my first year, I went to a 2-year junior college, got a basic graphic design degree, and then I started, I had saved $17,000 against this massive amount of money I was going to need to go to Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. And it was $30,000 a trimester at the time, which was 90 grand a year in 1980. And I was just like, well, that's not going to happen. And my parents couldn't pay for any college. So they were both working people. And so I ended up taking $17,000 and buying $17,000 worth of books and magazine subscriptions and basically taught myself the rest of it. And then started my own company 6 months out of college called Range Tree Total Design. And that became fairly successful. I won a crap load of awards at the big awards, Addy Awards. And everybody in the room was like, if you've ever been to an award show, they're like they're tables of 10 and you're eating chicken. And I was in the very back with the printers and all the big agencies were up front. And then they called my name, Range Tree Total Design, Gold Award. And I'm like 4 martinis in. And I'm like, this guy's like one of the printers next to me. I had printed something with him. He's like, hey, I'm like, what? And he goes, they just called your name. And I'm like, for what? And he goes, your name's on the screen. I think you have to go up there. And I'm like, really? And everybody's looking around like, where's this guy? Is he here? And so I start walking through all these tables and I get up there and I won the gold award in like the menu category. And then I'm walking back through the tables and they called my name again and I won the gold award in the best ad campaign for Hyatt Hotels. And I was just like, well, crap. And you got these like cube trophies. And so by the end of the night, I had 8 stacked up on the table and everybody's like, who's this kid in the back of the room? And from that, I got a job offer from a man named John Mueller, who really, mentored me and was like very impressed with my work. And I worked there for 5 years and then moved out here because he didn't want to open an office in California. And I fell in love with San Francisco. So I moved here from Kansas City in 1988. And I've been here ever since. And I've really built my career in this city. And I talk about a lot of things when I'm speaking. I talk about living a creative life. I talk about powerful networking and how to build powerful and passionate relationships based in giving. I talk about career. I talk about getting your story right in your head. How many people in this room love what they do for a living? Raise your hands high. That's kind of sad. Like not more hands went up. You notice that most of the people on stage, did everybody raise their hands? I wasn't looking. I was hoping that everybody up here did. But 70% of all Americans don't like what they do for a living. And if they felt that they had a better opportunity, would jump at it. And my networking events that I do are about helping you to get there. And so I'll talk about it later on, but I live a creative life. And I have always taken my hobbies and turned them into companies. And then I figure if it's a hobby, presumably I love it. If I love it, presumably I'm going to work hard at it and be passionate about it. And then that brings the money. Unlike what my mother said, which was come home and work at Hallmark. So for me, it was always about following my own path and the money would come if I loved what I did. And fortunately it has. So that's what I do, sort of. It's hard to explain sometimes when I'm talking about everything. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you all for sharing what it is that you do. I know Jerry and Mark did a really great job of answering the second and sort of third question that I had, which is what kind of educational attainment do you need and how did you break into that career? And the reason why I asked that question is because a lot of tech workers and just folks who are in transition generally are confused or unsure as to how they make that transition because sometimes that transition is not one-to-one. So if you are a software developer right now and you want to become a graphic designer, or if you're a marketing manager and you want to work in the government, what is it that you do to make that transition? Who are you networking with? How are you getting there? And so the second question for all of you, and I'll start with Mark, is I think you answered this one a little bit already, is how did you acquire that education and how did you break in and ultimately show people that you were a credible person in terms of the type of work that you wanted to do?
I don't know if anybody here is a designer or an art director or a filmmaker, or you're creative, you make things, okay? And if you are, you probably have a portfolio. And I recently was cleaning out part of I live south of Market in a giant historic warehouse where all of my companies are and my event space and some other things that I do. And I found my old college portfolio and I was like, oh my God. And so I unzipped it. I dusted it off and unzipped it. And I looked at it and I thought, oh my, how could anybody have ever hired me from this shit that's in here? And like, I don't know. I mean, I guess at the time I just thought it was fantastic, but like I looked at it now and I'm like, I can't even believe I showed this to anybody. And I think that this is true for anybody in any career. It's about refinement, right? What do you love to do? How do you get good at that? How do you refine that? How do you adjust that? I think that what happens so often is people decide, I'm going to do this. And then you go get your education in whatever way that comes. And then you start following that path. Now that's great if you need to do that if you're a surgeon or a lawyer, I suppose, or, any type of a doctor. But there's so many careers where you might get a certification or two, right? And then you can keep moving on. But I think for me, it's always been about that constantly the absorbency that I talked about. It's about being absorbent, constantly learning, trying to learn new things and having broad conversations. I rarely talk to that many people in the creative field anymore because I know so many people. I talk to people outside the creative field because I think I might get to learn something. So I think that's kind of, for me, at least what I found works.
For me, it was more like just knowing people. Back when I was running, back when I was back in San Jose State, I was running two different research teams. One doing door-to-door assessments on communities to see how they feel about homelessness in our community. The other one was actually doing scholarly work trying to find zoning allowances for tiny homes. Back in 2016, there was no established zoning code to actually build tiny homes to actually house the homeless. So I kept on like going to the different talks. And I ran up with a bunch of city officials. So I'm like, hey, they're launching Safe Park, which is a new concept of homelessness treatment. So, and then I said, hey, this is what I'm working on. And then they said, well, we really like your research. Why don't you come work for us at the city? Sure. So I got, and it turned out to be the director of housing I was always running with. And then so I got immediately a really lucrative job on the homeless response team designing these shelters because I spent like 4 years just researching for my thesis on how tiny homes get in homelessness. So that's what kind of was a launch. And then to this day, I still talk to think tanks on homelessness because I'm getting my doctorate. So I'm like, how do we end this problem? What is creative? What is innovative? What hasn't been done yet? What can we try next? And in California, we have unlimited funding, basically. So it's kind of like the testing ground. So literally, like, no, literally, as the accomplished grant writer that's got over $15 million in government grants, anything could be done, honestly. Like I could think of an idea. If I could pitch it, I could get the funding for it, bro. Like literally, I'm that confident. Anyways, it's just networking and it's like who you know.
Very much like Mark, I learned by doing. And when I got my education in broadcasting in Arizona, that was great, but that just gets you, it's basically your driver's license. Once you go into an actual news studio and actually have to do assignments and complete them, they're not suggestions, they're assignments. You have to complete them, get them on the air. You're going to fail, which is a great teacher, failure. But luckily, my mentors stuck with me. They said, you can get better. Here's how you're going to do this. You have to come in on Saturday mornings early. You have to get it done, and you have to put in the work. So the stuff I learned in broadcasting, shooting, editing, all that stuff, I bring with me today in my real estate business. I make sure the videos are crisp. I have a drone license. You have to have drone video now. You have to have 4K video, walkthroughs, music. Everybody here knows what a zeitgeist is, right? It's the top, it's the pinnacle, it's what's happening now. Politics aside, Kamala HQ is the zeitgeist. They have the crispest, most accurate, quickest videos. Those are things are going to get your points across rather than the older way, which there's room and there's a place for long form, but in tech and in communication, it's that point that you have, what, Albert, 2 seconds to make?
Yeah, 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
5 or 10.
Yeah.
And you have to, so you take everything that you've ever known, whether it's music, whether it's math, whether it's photography, and everything, like Mick Jones from the class says, every time you pick up a guitar, that's you. Everything that you do with it is you. And now, as you go into your next phase of your jobs, in your careers, not only do you have the education, but you bring every single experience you've ever had to the table. And that makes you unique, and that gets you your place. Because today is day one, and tomorrow again is day one. There's no room for the past.
Well, Albert, you set it up as skills. What skills do I need to get to that next job?
Or
So-
how you fell into your job.
Or fell into. So what I'm
Yeah.
going to say is, for school's expensive. We know that. When I had the opportunity to go to graduate school to get my master's, I did it because I had a specific purpose. So I went to Duke to get a global management degree because I was getting ready for a 3-year expat assignment in Switzerland. So I had a purpose, and everything at school is relevant. Now, after that, there's other choices. You can take something, a masterclass, you can watch YouTube videos. I like what Mark said. It's experiences. Get yourself the skills by doing. Same thing here, right? You're taking all of your previous skills and you're applying it somewhere else. So where I had the opportunity to do this, there's a couple of stories I want to share with you. The first one was I've always been on stage presenting or teaching someone to present, but I knew nothing about what happened backstage. Well, luckily there was someone in my network that invited me. Would you like to help support backstage? So does everyone know what a green room is? This green rooms, it's where the talent goes to just get ready mentally, physically before they take the stage. So as a result of joining that production company as a temporary employee, I learned how to run green rooms. So I've run green rooms for Tony Robbins, for Gary Vaynerchuk, for 3 of the Shark Tank judges. But really what that gave me was I got to see how the best of the best prepare. What do they do before the event? What do they do at the event? How do they get themselves totally ready before they take the stage? So just by running green rooms, setting up green rooms, I learned a lot about how to prepare others for the stage. So that's one. The second story is a pandemic story. So in San Jose, there's a non-denominational church. So this is kind of familiar to me. It's called the Center for Spiritual Living. And I had the opportunity to join the team that's back there. I knew nothing about what's back there. Well, first of all, let's give them a round of applause. They make us look good. So during that stint, I learned how to run Zoom at an advanced level, how to run a soundboard, how to run production equipment, how to manage all this equipment up here. And I did that just for training purposes, for curiosity. And then the pandemic hit. So instead of the entire congregation being here, nobody was in the venue. There was only 10 of us allowed at the venue. Everybody else was online. And that's when it kicked into high gear. Everything mattered. Think about what went on, like intellectually and emotionally during the pandemic. People need messages. They need community. So my skills got rapidly developed because we had to deliver for the congregation. And today, I can literally step in and run something back there if necessary. For my clients, I'll give them advice. If you're going to be on stage, buy this over-the-ear microphone. If you're holding a microphone, make sure you hold it this close to your mouth for optimal recording purposes. So my invitation to you, there's something that you're doing right now. List how that could be of service to anyone that you're interviewing with. Secondly, if you're taking a class, master class, YouTube class, formal class, make sure that it has a purpose. We don't have time to waste on classes that are just for fun, right? Take classes that are intentional. Of course, still take classes that are for fun. But if you're taking a professional class, be very intentional about it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I definitely use a lot of the skills I learned actually in college, probably more so than I guess most people or anyone else on this panel, just given the industry that I'm in. You know, teaching students math, you know, very tied to the academics. But yeah, definitely within my career, you know, being in tech, and I was always really curious about how to use my math to solve real world problems. And I think that was really my motivation for learning math, is like, I feel like math is such a great tool to apply an analytic structure to any kind of problem that I'm solving. And in finding those skills, these days, you know, there's all kinds of online courses that you can take. And that is definitely how I help myself, taking courses through like Coursera, looking at videos on YouTube. And then also, I went out there and you kind of take on like these freelancing projects, work with these small to mid-sized companies. They have some, set of data that they're looking to get analyzed. And you have to just go there, talk with them, figure out what questions they want answered, and then use, your current knowledge base and research skills to figure out how to answer those questions with the resources that you have. So yeah, I think it's all about the little steps. Figure out where you need to be helpful, and then once you know what the problem is, figure out how to solve it, via all the resources you have, whether that's connecting with other people, whether that's, researching online, whether that's taking, a month-long course, just developing as the need arises really helped me find some different career directions.
Thank you. Awesome. So having mostly tumbled my way through this entire transition, I'm going to echo what a lot of you have already said, which is going to really follow through the lines of my teachers, having been curiosity, recognizing that nothing has ever been wasted in my entire career, even as I've completely started off from ground zero, and also experience, because I had no idea that hats were going to be where I would end up. Like, there is not a single part of me that a year and a half ago knew that I would even be wearing a hat. Like, these are not things that I didn't even wear hats before. However, when I'm dead serious. Thank you. But I literally fell into this. I found myself literally from one day to the next, having a completely full calendar to all of a sudden having an entire day at my disposal with basically no idea what to do with it. And I started just creating, and it was sort of a random idea. I'd seen a little toddler on Instagram wearing this onesie covered in pom-poms, and I wanted to make one for myself, but it turned out it requires a lot more pom-poms when you're a full adult human. And so I had a hat laying around, and I was like, well, if I can't make a onesie, I can make a hat. And I put pom-poms on a hat, and then I put googly eyes on a hat. And then it literally just went from following this curiosity. For whatever reason, hats were a medium that I understood. And the curiosity of that led me to just getting a little bit obsessed. And I had no creative talents inside of me that I knew of. And all of a sudden I was making something new, and I was using materials that I'd never touched before. And I was trying out new types of glue. I mean, it was just a really random experimentation. And yet I was so excited about this hat that I had in front of me that I spent hours diving into it and getting excited about it and making sure every single person that was around me knew that, hey, look at this cool thing that I just finished. And because of that curiosity and that excitement, I found myself at a market a couple months later talking to a hat shop, obsessing about their hats, which is the one that's on my head. And I was wearing one of my hats, and they were obsessed with mine, and they invited me to their shop. And the moment I got there, I felt like I was home. And I'd never been there before, and I'd never even been in a workshop like that. And yet there was something in me that was just ready to unleash all of this excitement and this enthusiasm that was palpable to the people that I was talking to about hats. I mean, it just, you really have no idea. And so having the courage to continue to just follow these curiosities, these obsessions, these things that just make you want to keep learning something, that allow you to set your ego aside and say, you know what, I don't know a single thing about what I'm doing right now, but something in it tells me to just dive a little bit deeper. And you have no idea where you might find yourself as you continue to find the next step and the next step and the next step, because it's led me from the hats, which I love, and I still make my hats. And yet times are tough right now, selling luxury goods or selling products that are, we don't have as much disposable income anymore. So that's led me to finding other small businesses that I can work with that can also feel that passion that I have for working with small businesses, working with individuals. Just continuing to go one step after the next has led me to this place that I never could have imagined would ever be something that my life would look like. And now I'm at the point where, as I said earlier, this is not the first time I've quit tech or tech has quit me, but this is the time where I'm choosing to stick with it. And it requires a lot of courage to keep stepping forward day after day after day, knowing that that siren call is back there saying, just go back to that thing that made sense. Go back to that thing that was comfortable. Go back to that thing that was secure in some capacity or another. And yet I've never been happier, and I've never felt more connected to myself and to this life that I'm building for myself, because I've continued to recognize that those curiosities have a purpose. And everything that I've done in my past career as a customer success manager, as a program manager, as a project manager, there are nuggets within those things that I can apply to any project, that I can apply to any relationship, that I can apply to any new interaction and any new opportunity. And so I've been able to learn how to trust myself and trust my past, while there is not a single idea of what in the heck I'm going to be doing a week from now. So curiosity, recognizing that nothing is ever wasted, and just go through the experiences again and again and again until you begin to feel like, okay, I can trust me, even if I can't necessarily trust everything out there that just looks like chaos.
Kudos, that's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes. So let's talk about government in the larger sense, and then I'll kind of narrow down to the library. So you want to break into government. Actually, this is a participatory part of the program. Question for you guys. Raise your hand if you think government is innovative, cutting edge, yeah, Jerry would say that. He worked at the city, so I was like. And then how many of you think that government is stable, consistent, right? Stable, consistent. Exactly. So think about if you want to break into government.
Is that a third option?
No, sorry.
You talking about San Francisco?
So if you want to break
City of San
into,
Francisco is here. So.
if you want to break into government, right? How are you going to do that, right? It's about, they want consistency, and they want to know who you are, and they want to be able to rely on you. And how do they do that? They love to do auditions, meaning they love people who volunteer. I think one of you guys talked about giving back, helping your community. That's like an audition for government, right? I mean, because government agencies always need volunteers. And so that's an opportunity to show off your skills, what you can do for government, how you can work for them. And so again, they like the consistency. And so they want to see you in action. They want to see if you have the potential in order to hire you, because again, they are risk averse, unlike high tech, very risk averse. So they are not going to take a chance on candidates unless they've seen you in action or they know somebody who knows you, right, Jerry? Right? Yeah. Unless somebody knows you. So that's the key to breaking into government, is doing that. So how did I get my start, right? So actually, I was 12 years old, and a librarian came to my classroom, talked about the library, and said, hey, we need volunteers to help shelf. Well, I already knew at 14 years old, I needed to pay for college. Like, mom and dad, they're not going to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it on my own. And so I was like, well, 12 years old. Okay, let's volunteer. I did like 4 hours a week, on the weekend, shelving books, didn't think anything too much of it. And then when I was 14, lo and behold, there was a job position available. And I said, okay, we'll just apply. Well, they already knew who I was. They already had seen what I had done. They already showed that I shelved a cart in 1 hour flat. So they were like, you know what? We're willing to take a chance on you. But I was like, you know what? I told my colleagues, I said, you know what? I'm not going to be a librarian. I am not going to be one of those people that sits on the desk, that shushes people every single day, telling them to be quiet and taking their, put your shoes back on and get out of the building. And I ended up being one of them because I had an amazing interaction with a library patron that really changed my life. Being able to help people, being able to get somebody that their next opportunity, honestly has been one of the highlights of my career. And I can tell you, being a librarian is like the tale of being on a roller coaster, a little bit, because one day you could be somebody's hero. And then another day they could be telling you 4-letter words to your face. You just don't know. You have no idea because people take their emotional baggage and right, Jerry? And then they bring it to the library and they love to take it out on somebody else. So you never know. So there are benefits and detractions. But I think the skill set is being willing to high customer service, right? Customer service is number one, especially in a 7-day operation like the library. We are helping people every day. So customer service is always paramount. And so if you have retail experience, if you have customer service experience, that is going to be a way in if you want to be a librarian. So those are some of the things that I think, can help you break in. Now, I know what you're thinking, Cheryl. I don't have 4 hours on the weekend. I've got kids. I've got, I've got other things going on. What about a 1-hour informational interview? I can tell you that with government, they are always willing to help out other people. If you see right, Jerry, if you see somebody on LinkedIn and you want to be in their department, give them a call, email them, reach out, be brave. What's the worst thing they could say? No. Who cares? You just move on to the next person. There's a dime a dozen, right? And so really and truly informational interviews are a gateway to an opportunity to show off your skills, but also to learn more from somebody else. And then to do the big ask at the end. Hey, do you know of anybody who has opportunities either at this organization or somewhere else? And most likely, they're going to say yes, because the network is very, very small in government. We all hang out, we all bros, sisters, we all hang out with each other. So, one person definitely knows a whole bunch of people. So that's my fresh take on government. And I'll turn it back to you, Albert.
Yeah. All right. So we learned a little bit about what everybody does here and how they transitioned into it. Next question is really important. So how many of those of you who have wanted to quit tech are worried that you're not going to make the same money as you did before? Whether you're doing 400,000 total comp with that NVIDIA stock or whatever you've got, or you've got a $150,000 to $200,000 salary and you're going to miss the free laundry, the free lunch, and all of that, so forth. So obviously leaving tech is going to be a little bit of a shock to your wallet, and you're trading some things off, obviously. And so the next question I have for the panel here is, when it comes to the work that you do, you're not willing to, I think, talk about it openly, but hey, we like talking about money. So how much do you make? What are some of the benefits that you get to enjoy that may not necessarily be the free food or the free anything? And how does everything else work in terms of the benefits, fringe benefits, and so forth? So talk a little bit about that. And I think I know where you're going to start with first, right? Start with the P word.
Oh, my favorite word. My favorite word is pension, friends. Yes, I'm going to tell you, you're not going to be a multimillionaire. You are never, ever going to be a millionaire by working in government. I'll just tell you right there.
Not unless you're Nancy Pelosi with stock trades, right?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, you can. Yeah, that's true. She made a killing. So here's the thing. Our salaries are all public information. So, I could tell you how much I make, but you can also search for it on Transparent California. Remember, you pay my salary, right? If you live in the county of Santa Clara, you know how much I make, right? You know how much everybody makes, right? You look at my position, you can see the beginning salary and you can see the final salary. It's all the mystery is gone, you guys. You can find out everything. So there's no mystery about that. Sorry, your second question was, sorry.
The other benefits that go with the jobs.
Oh, okay. Rose and thorn.
Food.
Okay, so the thorns, let's start with the thorns because let's just get it out there. The money, right? You're not going to make that much. But when you go to bed at night and you put your head on that pillow, you can rest assured that in 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, you're going to get a paycheck in your bank account. That's the nice thing about working for government. I can sleep at night knowing that there's going to be a paycheck as long as I don't screw up, as long as I don't murder somebody in the library or, yeah, I think I'm going to be okay. The drawbacks are that you have to work, at least in my positions, a lot of nights and weekends. There are a lot. I mean, look, I used to host events every single Monday and Tuesday night. I would work from 12 to 10 o'clock at night, and that's just government, right? Some government jobs are Monday through Friday, and others, like mine, were, nights, weekends. You don't know how many weddings I missed, birthday parties, family gatherings I've missed because I've had to work, right? Sometimes you can't take that day off. Sometimes you just have big events that are going on and you have to sacrifice a piece. But the glory is that when you see the kids' smiling faces or somebody comes up to you and tells you, hey, Cheryl, hey, thanks for hosting that seminar with Albert. Actually, I used one of his job tips and lo and behold, I got a job offer last week. Like, that is exciting to hear. That is what makes it worth everything. Remember, you're going to be a millionaire in your heart, maybe not in your pocketbook, but in your heart, you'll be a millionaire. When I peace out of my job, I can peace out knowing that I'm going to have a check in the mail every month. And that is nice. I'm going to tell you, when I'm going to sit at the beach at 50 something years old, kicking back, I know that paycheck's going to come in and it's going to be nice. But again, I have a lot of years in. So if you're just starting, depending on your age bracket, like if you're like closer to maybe sunsetting, like 50, it's going to be a little bit harder, right? The thing is, you need to vest, right? In order to vest in government, you need at least 5 years. And you have to sit still in one location. You could get promoted in that same organization, but you have to sit still for at least 5 years in order to be vested. And then that means that you get that pension, that check coming in. Now, that only happens after maybe 50, 55, depending on when you piece out of your job. So those are some of the things. I can go on more about the benefits. Benefits are good. Oh, the one benefit this week that I haven't posted on social media, but I will. I got to meet my childhood idol this week. I got to meet Chef Martin Yan this week. And that was pretty awesome. We were doing social media reels because he's coming to the library for Lunar New Year in January. He's coming to all 8 libraries, and being able to interact with Chef Martin Yan, I was telling my family, I said, oh, I'm scared. He could be a real jerk. I don't know. And then when I met him, nicest guy, charismatic. And he said, Cheryl, you know what? I've been doing this all these years and I love it. It brings me joy. This is what I live for. And here's Martin, if Yan can cook, so can you. He was a riot, and he had so much fun. That was a highlight of my week. So I do get to meet stars. I get to meet Albert, Anthony, Sandy. I get to meet local stars. So yeah.
So once we've moved from stability into this is, I would consider myself right now in the messy middle. I have made the decision to leave tech, and I am facing towards the exact uncertain and unknown. And while originally that meant that I felt a lot of insecurity and a lot of fear and I don't have that paycheck coming in 2 weeks. My hours can fluctuate from week to week, from month to month. Initially, that required a lot of this courage thing that I was talking about ahead of time, which is also just a dedication to continuing to make my way forward. And then recently, somebody gave me a little bit of a reframe. And what she said is that people who are creating their lives the way that we are we have to readjust from thinking about this consistent every single week thing, and we have to start thinking about our life in seasons. And so what that means is that in the summer months, we save up the harvest so that when the winter months come, we have something to lean on. We have something that we've built, that we've scurried away, or, you know, the little squirrel keeping all the acorns inside of the tree, because winter does happen. There are lots of fluctuations. There are seasonal changes. You may be going into a field where, you know, the holiday months are the busiest, and you may be going into an industry where the holiday months are the quietest. You just don't know, because you might not know where you're headed and what direction you want to go in. And so it's been really important for me to hold on to that reframe, because I'll be honest with you, it's feeling like winter right now. It's feeling very much like winter as I continue to move forward, and as I find myself continuing to dedicate myself to this path of creating life the way that I want it. And a lot of that comes with freedom. There's a lot of freedom. I can decide, okay, you know, I just earlier this week, I flew to San Diego for a few days to do some work with a jeweler that I work with. And that was great, because I didn't have to check in with anybody about that. I could just say, I'm just going to go, because it works with my schedule. And I also am finding myself starting a new role later this week that's going to allow me to have a little bit more of that stability, but is still going to allow me to have the flexibility to continue to pursue all of these things that bring me a lot of joy and that feel like they're in alignment comparatively to things that I've had before. So while there are definitely days where I miss those tech paychecks, because don't get me wrong, I definitely do. Those golden handcuffs are very pretty. I'm also finding that I can continue to walk down this route and know that the possibilities are endless. So there may not be a consistent paycheck or somebody who's paying for my, you know, 401k or matching it. There isn't somebody who's saying, here's your healthcare and how it's going to be set up. I now have to figure those things out for myself. And that can be either scary or it can be exciting. And so I'm finding that there's just a lot of times where I'm continuing to remind myself, all right, we're heading into spring soon. So that's good to know. Or, all right, we got to just scurry some more away and just know that maybe I do need to sacrifice a little bit more right now. Maybe I need to make the decision not to go on the family vacation because it just doesn't make sense for me right now. And that's okay. And that's a dedication to myself and to the path that I want to choose to follow. And again, I may have to make changes later in the future, but right now I'm making the best decisions that I can make to continue down this path, which is allowing me to feel more whole and more aligned with myself. And that's what I'm going to keep on doing.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm in a pretty similar position to you. Starting your own business is a pretty risky venture. And there's a lot of uncertainty around that, particularly in regards to, say, like finding paying clients. You know, you never quite know, you know, how long they're going to be willing to stay with you. Maybe a little more stable in the academic realm. Students will often, you know, at least stick around a year with you through the academic year for you to help them out. But yeah, especially if you're talking about, you know, freelancing and, you know, you get these kind of one-off projects that can last, you know, a month or a few months or whatever. You know, they can kind of just come and go with the seasons. And, you know, you need to be prepared for the leaner months that you're definitely going to have. So, you know, if you're starting off in tech, you know, as we all know, the salaries are pretty high there. You know, live below your means, save up some money so that if you do want to transition out of tech, you do have that flexibility to find your path a little bit at a time. Yeah, in terms of benefits and stuff, I think was, as I mentioned before, just flexibility of scheduling. You know, not having to ask your boss, oh, hey, you know, I have that concert I want to go to, you know, on Friday. Can I have Friday off? So, you know, I get an early start, get the good seats. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm my own boss. You know, I can just give myself permission. Oh, I'm taking Friday off. Let's go to that concert. I would say that's, you know, the flexibility is the main benefit. But yeah, you do have to be very good with your financial planning. You know, you're responsible for your own healthcare. You're responsible for your own taxes. You're responsible for, you know, getting out there and trying to find your own clients. So they go together, a lot of responsibility, but a lot of freedom.
Thanks, Wesley. Question, it's about compensation. So I want you to write two things down. Compensation is a factor of who you choose. And secondly, who chooses you. So let's talk about who you choose. You want to choose someone, a company, a client who appreciates what you do, who has budget to pay for what you do. And you want to know that they're doing some good stuff in the world. So in terms of who I've selected, these are leaders. They have somewhere in their career journey, I want to be chief marketing officer, CEO, general counsel. I want to be in a position of leadership. And that happens to be in my sweet spot. I also am looking at the community of how many people know what a B Corp is? B Corp.
Yeah.
Okay. So I choose as clients any company that is a certified B Corp or someone that is on the road to certification, because B Corps are not only audited for their financial performance, they're audited for their impact. There's 17 areas of impact: planet, community, education, infrastructure. Because they're doing good work in the world, I love having them as clients. One quick story, if you're looking for a job, there's 200 B Corps here in the Bay Area. I visited a B Corp recently. If you're familiar with a brand called Torani, they're the syrups that we put into our drinks and our coffees. So I went to the manufacturing plant. Through the pandemic, they were looking to relocate people from South City to San Leandro. And they wanted to make sure they brought everybody to the new location. So they interviewed everybody twice to find out what will it take to get you over there. And they succeeded. So they've never, ever had a layoff. Think about that. Never, ever. 100 years old, never had a layoff because they run a company in the right way. So yeah, if you're looking, make sure, look at all the B Corps, look at all of their job openings. I would start there. You can count on them to take care of you. So that's the who you choose. Who chooses you? You need to be someone who stands out from the crowd. There's a unique skill set, whether it's shelving books, right, or putting books back at a record time, tapping into creative energies, how math solves the world, how we use drones to market our services, getting grants. There is something that you can do way better than anyone else. And if you can't do it at that level yet, you're getting paid at average rates. You want to do what you do at an exceptional level. Go all in, study, practice. Then when you get to the interview table, you're able to charge Louis Vuitton instead of Walmart prices. You want to do that. Just as a point of reference, because I work with executives, they have budget, they have stakes. A retainer contract, if you're signing up with our company, $30K for 6 months. That's what you want to play at, ideally. Charge the most that you can charge in your industry. You'll not only love what you do, you'll get paid what you're worth.
May I have a question again, Albert?
Yeah, so we're talking about compensation, benefits, and what to expect if somebody were to go from their high-flying tech salary to what it is that you're doing.
Okay, so I went from corporate, CBS and ABC, 401k, paycheck every week. They paid your lunches. They paid you not to take lunch. They gave you a lunch penalty and they paid you not to take lunch. But you were expected not to take lunch. You had to work for 8.5 hours straight, company car. But I want to do photography outside to get extra money. They said, no way. That's our money. You can't do it. So I had to I thought that while it works for many, many people, and maybe they have kids, that they have to have that check because they have to have a dental plan. They have to have this stuff. It's not just about them. I'm a single person. I thought, no, I'll try it on my own. Thank you very much. I walked out into nothing. And then I got into real estate. Now, everybody, let's do some quick math. Quick math. Let's say the average house in the Bay Area is about $1.1 million, right? What is 2.5% of that?
12,000 or no, might more than that, right?
2.5% of $1 million.
You have a mathematician.
2.5%.
I'm not good at the men's math.
2.5% of $1 million is $25,000.
Yeah.
Now, if you go and sell one house, you sell 4 a year, that's $100,000. If you go and take $2,000, instead of going to Vegas or buying the Louis Vuitton or buying the new kicks, but if you buy 2 printers and a stack of paper, you could send out reams of flyers and get another listing and another listing and another listing where I don't have to depend on a company, which I don't trust corporate. I don't trust the government. You know who I trust? I trust myself. And I think I'm going to swim harder and I'm going to do more for myself than I'm my own best interest. And you are your own best interest yourself. I understand if you have to have that corporate job because you have little ones or you have a mortgage or you can't, your situation. But if you're free and you want to do it, the opportunities are endless. Absolutely endless. One very good perk about my job, one thing I miss is, of course, the paychecks and the free lunches, all, getting paid for lunch. But one thing is I have rentals all over San Francisco. What does that mean? I have bathrooms all over San Francisco. Anyway, any neighborhood I'm in, I'm like, I'm taking 5 minutes. I'm going to go show this apartment. I'm going to make a quick video of this apartment for my TikTok or for my YouTube and put it out there. Look what I've got here. And somebody somewhere is going, hey, you sold a house. I got to sell this house, man. It's in Nevada. It's $1.5 million. What's $1.5 million times 0.25%?
We have smartphones and calculators.
It's about $42,000. You do that 3 times, then you're going to be like, you know what? I think I can do this. And you can. The one thing about real estate, and I think a lot of people have heard about this in the past year, is that a lot of companies, you're a former realtor, a lot of companies, their management said that you have to charge 6%. It's the industry standard, but some of them intimated that it was the law. It's not the law. You can charge 6, you can charge 2, you can charge 10. You can charge whatever you want, as long as you and the client agree to what you're charging. So the world is yours. And like there's a couple of sayings, and one of them says that a salary is what they give you to give up your dreams.
Oh,
And another one is plan your life or else somebody's going to plan it for you. And you know what they want you to do? They want you to be at the desk at 9 o'clock doing what they say. If you're okay with that, take the money and run. That's fine. Do your 30 years. Good for you. That's awesome. But if you want something different and if you want to pivot, that option is there too, because we live in the greatest country in the world and everybody can do it if they want to do it.
nice.
Great to clean toilets. And I'm running for president of the United States of America.
Wow, that is really tough to follow. Social work. So I'm so I'm a clinical social worker. So I make 80K a year for Kaiser. When I was running shelters, I started my MSWs, people with masters, starting off in the field of social work at 63,000. And the way I normally select them is really strong personalities, like survivors of domestic violence or formerly homeless or ones with foster youth, because they have to have the heart to do the job. If you don't have the right kind of motives to want to do that kind of work, then it's just not for you, because it's fulfilling in your heart. And also it helps a lot just with your mental state too as well. Because if you suffer past trauma, you heal yourself by helping others often. And then when I was working in San Francisco, I would hire at a range, because like people with like high school diplomas would work for me or bachelor's people. So I would pay them like anywhere from 60 to 24,000, just, you know, kind of on range. And then so that's basically the range. And as a freelance grant writer, I charge $75 an hour, or I charge 3% if it's $1 million. Like you said, it was 2.5, right? But 3% is $30,000. So every grant I get for $1 million, I get a $30,000 bonus. So that's standard industry for grant writing too as well. And then normal rate is $75 an hour if you're a good grant writer. So I do that as a side hustle. There's 2 grant writing cycles. Government grants come out at the end of the fiscal cycle and in winter. So I'm hustling hard during summer and during winter, but in spring and fall, I'm just chilling. And so that's how I get my extra money. And Rose and Thorns about being a social worker. Dealing with people on with suicidal ideations and talking them down and saving their lives. I saved 3 lives this year. And I just felt it in my heart. So like, you can see the look in this man's eyes, like, dude, you saved my life. Like, and he couldn't see it for himself. I'm like, I see something that you don't see. Let me help you. And I just had to make him believe in himself. And I got him into the hospital finally. And I saved his life. He was not homeless. He was someone who was like in deep depression and sitting in a 4-bedroom house by himself and just kind of slowly dying, like in the inside. So I showed up. I'm like, man, what is going on with you? So, anyways, that was one of the biggest wins I had this year. And then Kaiser itself, they're very big on self-care. So if you say, I just had a rough day, I'm gonna go to the beach on the clock. Go ahead. I need to go for a long walk. I just dealt with like this kid was going through like child abuse and trauma, and it was very hard on me. So it's like, you know, but you have to have the heart to do this because it's like why you're doing it. It really matters. And if you want something that really means something to you, then go into social work.
So I'm not quite sure what to say here. I've had years where I've made $300,000. I've had years where I've made 0. I started my business in 1990, my first business. I never intended to have a business. Never thought I would work for myself. I always thought I would get a paycheck and a gold watch. And when I moved, 7 months after I moved here, I had a job and I got laid off. And I'd moved across the country to work for this internationally award-winning design firm. And they decided to, after 7 months, after giving me 2 raises and 2 promotions, to lay off half the staff from 70 to 35. And I'm like, I just fucking moved to San Francisco, or at the time, my 3-bedroom apartment. I wish I'd never left this place. It was on Nob Hill, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage, and a private elevator on the top floor penthouse of a building at Broadway and Taylor above the tunnel. For $1,400 a month.
Wow.
And I had a big client at Levi's and she's like, take it. And I'm like, it's $1,400 a month. And she's like, take it. And I'm like, do you know what my house payment in Kansas is? $435 a month. And she's like, take the apartment. And I was like, I wonder if they'll let me have my cats. So they did. And I took the apartment and we had the best parties there. But I was making, in 1988, I was making $75,000 a year at this design firm. I got laid off and I freaked out. And so I just took my portfolio and went to every advertising agency in town with my portfolio under my arm. And half of them were like, you're too good for us. We certainly probably can't afford you. And I'm like, I don't need that much money, just, and nobody would hire me. So I called, this is where networking comes in for me. I called a couple of photographers that I had been working with at the agency that I was directing big projects with. I said, I got laid off. And they're like, yes, we heard. And one of them said, hey, call this guy over at Chiat Day, and he has a project. I think you can work on it. And my first project, he gave me the project, and it was $150,000 budget. And I did the project for about 40 grand out of pocket. And so I just made more than my whole salary on my first project, And so my first year in business for Reflector, it was called Sackett Design at the time. And I have a lot of stories about this, about like, I have a speech that I give called "Luck is what you make it." I don't believe in luck, but I believe you build your career and you follow your passionate purpose and you follow your path. I love what you said. I'm in the middle of writing a book called Curiosity Thrilled the Cat, and about why I live a creative life. But for me, and this is going to be hard for maybe this group to hear, but it's never been about money for me. I would have gone back to Hallmark, or gone to Hallmark like my mom wanted. But for me, it's always been about, if you love what you do and you follow that path and you stay passionate about it and you go through the ups and the downs and the losses and the failures, then you'll make the money. But it's never been about, I guess I just need to figure out, at the time, how to pay my rent, right? That's all I cared about. And making things, doing my creative work, building brands for companies, which is what I do. My work. I did Blue Diamond Almonds. I designed all the Levi's labeling. I've done Dark Knight, G.I. Joe, Transformers. I mean, all this amazing, cool, creative work. But I never in a million years thought I would be doing that. And the biggest rush for me in life, and this is going to sound so stupid to people, is when I drive onto the back lot of Warner Brothers to do a project. And I look up at the water tower and I'm like, I'm on the back lot of Warner Brothers. This is so cool. I mean, it sounds so dumb, but like, by how maybe I just defined my creative success, that did it for me. It wasn't about the money. Never has been about the money. And since the pandemic, I've lost $3 million in revenue since the pandemic. I'm suffering right now, relatively speaking. I don't take a salary. I haven't taken a salary in 6 years. So if there's anything left at the end of the year, I get it because I file a Schedule C, right? So I just kind of hope and pray, and I take care of my employees. I used almost all of my retirement to keep my employees during the pandemic so that they would not have to go out and find a job in the worst pandemic the world has seen in our modern time. So I took all of my, hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep my staff because I did not want them to have to go out and try to find a job in the middle of a pandemic. And I would do it again right now. Those are the kinds of things that I care about. How do you care for people? How do you care about your employees? How do you take care of yourself? Like you said, take time for yourself, go to the beach, take lunch. I have one employee who refuses to take her lunch break. She just works right through and she's exhausted all the time. And I'm like, please just go for a walk around the block. But you got to care for yourself. But I will just tell you, and maybe it'll sink in later because, if you work in tech, I can't imagine walking away from what I perceive to be the safety of a $150,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year job. This is a joke between Albert and I about a LinkedIn post that somebody put on Albert's list about complaining that they've been out of work for 2 years and they will damn not accept a job under $400,000. And I was just like, what the fuck? I'm like, I've never made $400,000 a year in my whole life, and I own my damn companies. Maybe I'm doing something really wrong, but and they were like, and that's it. That's where I'm putting my stake in the ground. And I was just like, okay. So I kind of wrote a response post. Anyway, but I appreciate, this thing is toggled a lot, which I appreciate, from kind of what do you make and what's your compensation to your entrepreneurial path back to working for somebody else. And I'm kind of waiting for a cage fight between those who work in government and want the stable job and the ones that are entrepreneurs, because, it's an entirely different mindset, the way people are wired. Not everybody here should start your company. Not everybody here should work for yourself. Some of you are really great at what you do and need to be in an organization that will support you in that, and that you will get the things you need. So I wouldn't just advise, because every time I speak, everybody's like, I'm going to start my own company. And I'm like, it's more work than working for somebody else by tenfold. And the pain points, the roller coaster and everything else is just a very different, you're not even wired the same. I don't even know how to explain that. But you have to get the idea that money as your motivator is your primary motivator out of your head. I don't care what you're doing, because if you don't love what you do, look, you're all going to be dead in 80 years? 70 years. I don't know how old you all are. I'll be dead probably sooner. But the point is, if you don't love what you do every day, when you wake up, when you go into work, whatever that work looks like, don't do it anymore. And I'm not suggesting you go and quit your job tomorrow, but I am suggesting you start thinking about what it is that you would like to do, because it just doesn't matter. I lost my wife, I've lost both my parents, and I lost 15 people during COVID. And I lost a friend last week who was hit by a car and killed. So, we can say like, oh, my career, my future, and all this kind of stuff, but like nothing's promised. You don't know you're going to make it out of here today. I mean, after the cage fight, of course. But the point is, if you don't love it, don't do it. And start at least thinking about what your options can be, and take money out of the equation. And you'll make money if you're passionate about it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think that I hold a 9 to 5 job, and I also run Albert's List as a business. And 9 to 5 is you go to work and you get a paycheck. And then when it comes to running Albert's List, there's expenses, right? So not only are you making revenue, but it costs you money to make that revenue. The email list, doing an event like this where you have the venue costs, the food. And, because I also work with a lot of collaborators on running my events, there's a lot of revenue sharing. And so even though I could tell you that, Albert's List will make $40,000 this year, I probably take home less than 5, because there's a lot of people that also need to get fed along the way. And so when you think about that, right, this is the part where you're separating the hype from the reality, where yes, you get to own your own business. And, one of the things I love about doing this is because there's a privilege of being let into somebody's most vulnerable moment in their life, which is a job, right? Or looking for a job, because we live in a country where your identity is so tied into the work that you do. And so when you're laid off, when you're out there kind of free floating, and you get welcomed to an event like this, I consider it a privilege that you get to share with me that you're in that situation in your life, and that any of these folks on stage can bring some clarity that you either shouldn't quit tech, or maybe at the end of it, you're going to run up to one of these folks and you're going to say, I want to go do what you want to do. And if that changes your life, then my job is complete. So, I wanted to add my opinion in there too. Final 2 questions I wanted to ask. So one of the next question I want to go to is, really the thought that a lot of folks are having these days, which is artificial intelligence. If you're in an office job, it's probably dawned on you that maybe an AI could do your job. They're not tired. They're not going to get tired. They're not going to get hungry. They're not going to get sleepy. And a lot of companies have started thinking about how AI will work for them and how they can replace workers. And so the question I want to ask broadly is, if you decide to quit tech, will AI follow you? And for those folks who work in the industries that they do here, the question is, how much is AI a threat to what you do?
I think, well, as I said earlier, I'm old. And so when I started in my design career, I was drawing everything by hand. There were no computers. The Apple Macintosh came out in 1984. And I remember when we got it, we sat in front of it. My entire design team, there were 17 of us, crowded around my desk, and we're like, what does it do? And I said, I think it'll replace typesetting. And we were like, oh, well, that might save some money. So we didn't, nobody had any idea it would be what it is now, right? So then we bought the 2CI, and then the 2CX, and then the FX, and then anyway, I've probably bought 150 Apple computers now over my life. And I remember then this thing came out called the internet, and people were like, oh my God, that's going to put everybody out of business. And it's going to destroy blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, does the internet put anybody out of business? No. And so now, as your graphic designer, anytime a new tool comes out, everybody's like, well, now we're screwed. So at least I'm speaking from my graphic design, creative side, film and music and graphic design. And AI is going to, I think, in many ways transform our industry. And basically what I will say, and excuse my language, is shit in, shit out. If you put shit in, you're going to get shit out. If you put great stuff in, you're going to get great stuff out. It's only as good as the creator, as the mind, as the idea, okay? And there's a lot of crap out there. There has been for years. Every time we get a new Adobe tool, there's a lot of crap out there. The other thing is, I call it the Appling of America. People can go out, it's an Apple laptop, is it not? Okay, I don't know what you do, but anybody can go to the Apple store and buy a computer. They can buy the Adobe Creative Suite, and now, of course, they think they're a designer. I'm sorry. I can design circles around anybody because I have training and decades of experience as a branding and graphic designer. Now, just because, you know, you can go to Home Depot and buy a toilet and a bunch of tile and you can remodel your own bathroom, it doesn't mean it's going to look that great.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Hire a professional. But the point is, AI, I don't think is going to, I think it's going to enhance my industry the same way that the internet did, the same way that the tools have. And we just have better tools now than we've ever had. We just need how to use them intelligently and responsibly.
Got it. For my industry, social work, it's more of an enhancement. It helps us take our notes down faster. Like we record our conversations and it goes to our clinical notes. As a grant writer, I use a program called Leapio to help put together packages, and it increases my work productivity overall. So AI is definitely an additive in my industry.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this really short and sweet. First of all, thank you guys all for listening to us. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for sticking around. So here it is. Listen to this.
No,
You know what that is?
the center ring.
Knocking.
Money knock.
That's me knocking on my client's door saying, hey, wake up, the appraiser's here. You gotta clean up and get out. There's rat poo-poo in here. You gotta get this out of here. You gotta get all this stuff cleaned out. Get up, go, 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 go. There will not be an AI robot in my lifetime that's gonna come and do that. It's a people business. Stick with people. And as far as the AI bringing it,
We have a lot of poop issues.
right, we do. Tell me about it. But as far as your point about AI and the designer, it cannot replace a great designer, but you can do a better first step to give to your designer. Use AI as you can, but still keep those professionals in your life, and you're going to get a higher product using the tools that are available to you.
I want to make sure I stay connected with the AV team. There's a message. What is the guidance for us? Jessica,
We have one more question after that.
one more question? Okay.
So I want to do final thoughts from all of you.
Got
and
it,
then a
okay.
Chance to connect with you or promote what
Is
you
that
got
good,
going on.
Jessica?
You're already at
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, that's, I know I'm going a little bit over, but basically I want to ask the AI question. And then I want all the panelists to offer like a 45-second final thing and how to connect and maybe promote themselves too. I know we're really way into lunch and I'm really into this, but I also know it needs to end. So let's go.
Thanks, Albert. All right.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, I worked TED AI. There was a specific TED AI panel on the workforce. So as Mark said, AI is a tool. A lot of people, when you look at job postings, do you know how to use Microsoft Word or Excel? That's like way back. Now, you've got to have some level of AI proficiency. So take courses, learn, use it in pretend situations, actual situations. The second thing is who's losing their jobs because of AI. There was a company, CHRO, and she said that they've recorded the company kickoff meeting. So every member of the C-suite presented. They took the video, they took the transcripts, they took the Q&A sessions, and they ran it through to score each executive. And that score will determine whether or not they keep their jobs going into next year or they get replaced by someone else. That's going to happen not only at the executive level, video, right? The video of introduction, that can be evaluated. Your entire interview can be evaluated. So for this one thing, get good at communications. Do role plays, do lots of practice, join boot camps. Communication skills is something you'll have that is not AI.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll reiterate what's been going on here is that I see AI as another tool for us to use to help students learn in the classroom. And I think in particular, it's doing a great job of giving us additional ways to reach people in, say, more rural regions, or just connect great teachers with more students in the country, right? these tools allow us to work with more students at a time and be more efficient. So, we can generate problems really quickly instead of me sitting there and thinking, okay, like I have to come up with this math problem. Now I have AI and software. It can generate 20 problems for me in like a minute. And then I can just have students work on those problems. But in terms of teaching and actually working through a solution, I think that human to human connection is really where teachers shine. And again, it is about that communication and connection to go beyond AI.
I think as you mentioned previously, like I don't see AI starting to create hats anytime in the near future. However, it has been interesting to see how AI and the imagery that can be created is sort of swaying the way that creatives ourselves are presenting our work, or even how we're being requested to create our work. I've found across, like I do embroidery, for instance, and I've seen AI generated embroidery pieces, and then somebody coming to somebody and saying, hey, can you make this for me? And it's like, well, no, because an AI did that, and that's not actually possible, but we can make something different that would be really made by, handmade by somebody. And so I find that it's coming in from the ideation side, where we can use it again as a tool, as a jump start to the project that we're making, but to actually, take over my role. I think the hats and the jewelry making, I think it's still going to stay in human hands.
As I mentioned before, government is like on the laggard end. They're still having at the county, they're still having water cooler talks at the county IT department over AI. And I scratch my head, I stay silent. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're still like talking about it, whether we're going to use it or not. I go, it's already here, friends, already here. So, we're like on the way tail end, and again, government's all red tape. So they're not going to be like jumping at the bit to have AI replace every single thing in government. So again, use it as a tool. And if you're not using it as a tool, you are going to be the tool, because you're not going to get a job, or you're going to be left behind, unfortunately, because others are leveling up their emails, their grant writing. Like I have to write a huge grant pretty soon. I need to use AI to make sure that it's grammatically sound. I do not want to not use AI, because then I'm going to have, my grant's not going to be funded. So that's my take on it.
All right, awesome. Okay, so we have 6 minutes till the bottom of the hour. There's 6 of you. I want to have each of you offer one final main thought, main takeaway, and then if you have something that you want to promote about yourself, throw that in there. All right, let's go.
Okay, let's do this. As my dad always said, 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing. What I hear from tech workers is, oh man, I'm getting I got a job offer, but it was like $30,000 less than what I made currently. Look, you have to know your market. You gotta know. Yes, I'm all about value. Yes, definitely. But you kind of have to go, you know what? Am I going to spend, the average person spends around, if they're a senior level executive, around 60 days unemployed. You know how much that is if you make $50 an hour? That's around 20 or $30,000 that you just lost, when you could have just taken a little bit of an L to maybe elevate yourself forward. And you can find me, my name, Cheryl Lee. You type in librarian, you'll find me.
Nice.
Awesome. I guess I would just offer to you to continue to chase that curiosity, have some courage, and just to be flexible with whatever comes your way, and to know that if you have a plan, it's probably not what's going to actually happen. So be open to whatever opportunities present themselves to you as you show up, as you are, and in your strengths and in just your authentic being. And best of luck. I wish you a very entertaining adventure and journey, finding yourself in places that you've never dreamed that you could be. And you can find me on LinkedIn, Sandy McClenahan. I do coaching, as I mentioned, and I'm always happy to work with people who are creating life in the way that they want it to be. So hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks for everyone joining us here. It's been great. Yeah, I think I'm going to reiterate what, Sandy said. I think exploring your curiosity, take on that extra freelance project, take on that, extra class from Coursera, watch that hour-long YouTube video on that thing you're really interested in. And yeah, just, think about, planning for the future, have some backup plans. If things don't go right, have plan B, C, D, about other things that you can try, as well. You can, find me, on LinkedIn or at my website, connectionmath.com. Happy to connect with any of you who are curious about, freelancing or education. Very interested to connect with anyone in the education industry as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Wesley. It's not going to be surprising. As a communications trainer, I'm going to encourage you to focus on your communication skills. Practice often, practice together. So the invitation is every Thursday, we run something called Open Gym Thursdays. It's on Zoom from 12 to 1 p.m. And you can find it at www.heroicvoice.com/gym. Come. If you're practicing for an interview, if you're practicing for a recruiting event, we have helped people land great jobs. We took a corporate lawyer, and because she's done several workouts, she landed a general counsel position at a startup company. So look forward to seeing you in the gym.
Yeah, if you want to get into real estate, you're going to have to go all in. It's not a part-time thing. It's not something that you can really kind of just do, because you're probably going to end up losing everything. You probably lose everything anyway, but you might get it back, and you might get it back twice, and you might get it back 3 times. But speaking to the points, there's a couple of different generations up here. Some of us had to buy books at the collegiate level that were crazy expensive. Other generations, like the ones in here now, have something that we didn't have: free information. I think that's why they really wanted to shut down TikTok, because it was free exchange of ideas and information. They want you to go through their institutions to get that. You have it, get it, look up those things. Third one, buy a rice cooker, buy a slow cooker, cook at home, economize, just do whatever it takes to make your dreams happen. If you need to get a hold of me, go to retirefromcalifornia.com, which is my website, or I also bought stopthesteal2025.com and redirected it to my website. You can also get a hold of Albert. Thank you guys all so much.
So Albert's basically my best friend. We talk a lot, like every day almost. So if you have to get a hold of me, just get a hold of him. we're always talking to each other. Yeah, so last words. I just want to plug my conference I'm speaking at, and so I'll be in Honolulu talking about homelessness and housing for the Native Hawaiian population in 2 weeks. If you're interested in making an impact on people's lives, please see me after.
Okay, I guess first of all, thank you for having me, and great to see you again, Anthony. I've known these two guys for at least
10 years.
10 years or more. They come to my events. I do a networking event once a month at my event space in Selma called the Box SF. The site is theartofactivenetworking.com. There's some cards on the front table. You can also find me at markesackett.com. I'm willing to help anybody in here, because there's one thing in here that we all have in common other than that we're breathing. And that is that raise your hand if you are not struggling with anything in your life right now. Great. Not one person has ever raised their hand. So we all struggle with something. The problem is it's difficult to talk about those struggles. At my events, we talk about the struggles. We practice something I call My Give 4. It's 4 ways to help other people 4 hours a week for the rest of your life, and it will change your life. It's not religion. There's no church. There's no joining fees. There's no courses. It's just an event. And our next one is this coming Monday night at the Box SF. And then our holiday party will be December 2nd, and they're once a month. Please do consider coming. We will introduce you to our community. Is that how I met you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I met you. That's how I met you.
That's how I met him.
Yeah. So
October 1st, 2013.
there was another person here that has come to my events for a long time, but I don't see them right now. So I've done it for over 30,000 people in 15 cities and 5 countries. For about 15 years now. It's my fun thing that I do to help others to do better. And I'd love to invite you to it. And I really, really am sincere when I say, if you need something, if you're struggling with something, reach out to me. I'll give you my mobile number. You know, I mean, people say, stop giving out your mobile number. You're going to get all the idiots calling you. I'm like, I don't care. So my number is 415-602-9500. 415-602-600. I will be here. Talk to me, meet me. Don't ask everybody else what they do for a living. Ask them how you can help them do that. Know that? You ever go to camp? Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Robert, and the whole thing.
For everyone here, there are lunch trucks down at Presidio. Tons of croissants, yogurt, free snacks here.
Darius.
Please help yourselves. Yeah,
Okay, I guess
let's
we're
get a
doing a
picture.
picture.
Here, I'll take a picture. So thank you all.
Oh, yes, sir.
Albert, you have our owner numbers, right? Can you take a picture?
Yeah, we'll have the number. Our next session starts at, well, 1 o'clock. We might,
15.
we'll start at 1:15.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to start at 1:15 with the meditation from Chidananda, who runs Career Bliss Academy. So 1:15, we're going to have a 5-minute meditation, and then we're going to do a panel on how to transition careers.
How are you? All right. Navigating. Again, I would recommend.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll meet. I'll be the city. Oh. Oh, got it.
All right, thank you.
Government, we all. That's and all about. So that's what I would do. I did. Then I'm here. If you had to do it, your business or starting at $85,000, which I put some LinkedIn. Yeah.
I think we ordered just enough for.
Your next video out there, all different. A little thing you can do such a big impact. Just reach out. I'll reach out. Are you gonna be busy the holidays? Yeah. I definitely will. I definitely have an AI. How are you? So I think good. Yeah, I know. Like, so I know I'm not question more because the parking situation. Okay, well, and you know, I have no problem saying it like this. Yeah. I'm not like, I don't wanna state my policy. Like, I really don't, I would think on our own, I don't feel don't let me from the house. What Johnson made, you know, they're like, I don't have exactly what you've done. I like the skill, transition to another industry, yeah, I'm an expert. You know, I provided. Friday again. It's really, you know, like, 30 years. Quality of it's a library. One of the negotiated peace treaties with other countries. I mean, this is, yeah, like, in multi, like, no, like, jobs in the political, so what I'm doing is, these are all. I just, I always think, keeping it search terms doesn't have to be. Sometimes if I do page two, I'd rather be a little more than just this. So you have to know experience. Just like 30 years of experience. So I think references there make sense. They don't always happen sometimes, but this one, but if he's on search. You know, because they have no right. This was our thing. So this allows us, this is my trick. How do I get notice in transition? And then here you can see like dynamic professional further transitioning 2022 relative skills in the national program. Okay. You can immediately tell your client, hey, this is what I've done, but I need right? And so what we've done is like that highlight the skills. And operational, like I put the word in. Yeah. Yeah. And then using that here, I really like specializing. I feel like I want to have it. Yeah. And I say, like, trying to hold my head. My plan, what do you think to say? And I like, look. Nothing to say here. Yeah. I might say, hey, I'm gonna ask this question. But again. Yes. I know you got a lot of stuff. Call me up when you're ready.
Yeah, they were streaming it on Zoom and
See what I mean? I'm not everybody in here. We can have that middle TV. We can turn the brightness down on maybe the middle one, the middle TV on, please.
Turn it on. I was afraid it's gonna backlight everything.
That we can get on.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I put it on YouTube or whatever on Zoom. We can flip in between the live stream here and then between that.
Well, he's running live stream on this computer here.
On this one right here.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to make it.
No.
What are you trying to do?
Well, everything is like, so that is on one.
Can't, 'cause I was gonna speak in my camera. There's six. So. Can I ask you a quick question? That's a long shot, but you guys don't have a AC battery up there. Here. Yeah, because my camera keeps overheating for some reason. My camera keeps overheating because I don't have an external battery pack for it.
Can we just unplug it right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So it's cool.
Okay. We'll get a fan and,
Little fan, like so they can
yeah.
put on there.
So you want to try with the audience? It might be a little harder. See, but we can.
And then I'll put this time right in here. Thanks. That was helpful.
You wanted to be, yeah, I wanted to send you your YouTube video. Oh, okay. So that way you can have it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the lunch, you guys. I really appreciate it.
Here.
Oh, okay.
Type it here. And then that way you can share it on social media or put it on your, event page for your thing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's see. Do you know where Albert is? I wanted to say goodbye.
Yes. Yeah, there's Dr. Cheryl.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Hello. Can I put my stuff down? Yes. If you don't mind. I've got a lot.
That's what I.
There were some hiccups in the beginning, I think, but I think.
Is your screen off just for now, or? Yeah. Can I check the chat? I'm just curious to know. Oh, okay. Yeah, later on, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great. Will the video be later? Oh.
Started.
Where that is.
So that we started. Like, let's talk.
Okay.
Early days.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm gonna come out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my camera keeps overheating and turning things off during the live stream. Need like a little flip fan. You don't have an external battery pack.
What kind of power? Does it
Usually
need?
it takes like a dummy battery that goes in with that has a cord out of it. And it runs out to a plug. Goes into USB.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, from the computer, this computer's not gonna give me enough juice for the USB. to run it.
I'm hoping it'll be okay for this next one.
Every webinar on that. And then. Oh, yeah. I know. What did you do?
Sometimes I get that.
Compliments are nice. I like the compliments. You went with the Behringer, did you?
Yeah, it's pretty old word right for now.
Yeah, it's one of their first into the digital world. Yeah, I've been liking the Allen and Heath digitals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hughes are really good entry level digital.
Oh yeah.
You know,
They have a lot more versatility.
yes, but the SQ is way even big. It's worth the extra $1,000. So those are pretty good. How do you like the Sures? Because I went with Sennheiser.
Yours are pretty reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're workhorse. And, Sennheisers are great sounding, but I found can be a little bit more fragile.
Yeah. Fragile in what way?
Like wear and tear.
Wear and tear.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, but honestly, it's hard to compare audio. Like we had the Sennheiser. Actually, we don't use they're good. They're great. But I think Shores more. Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I was building that business up in pre-COVID and doing pretty good. And then after COVID, everything dropped down. And then I decided to go a different direction during COVID. So now it's just kind of like I got $100,000 worth of shit sitting in storage. So now I'm like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Anyway, but I've got it all. It's great. Oh, we are doing. I'm doing a conference like coming time. So it's at least getting out of storage and getting my stuff. They'll do a few house parties for friends. They'll be like, yeah, who can we get to do that? Like, dude, I got a piano sound system more than you can afford. Let's do it. I like this box.
Oh yeah. Thanks. Yeah, the little mobile case.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then this is your, you've got everything going into an RF distributor and then going to, what do you do?
No, that's
Where's your antennas?
built in.
Oh, it's built in.
Here's the other. Here's the other.
And you can do all four with just those two. That's. For 4 units.
Yeah, I think this was custom built. Yeah. They, it was a more mobile setup.
Yeah.
And now this is a more permanent setup focused on mobile. So I think, they're looking to upgrade soon.
Badass though. It gives me an idea, because I mean, we set up a whole, we have a whole rack with just our RF. But it doesn't get paid. What's your name? Eric, your number what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the structure? Yeah. I don't have to. Got it. Yeah, this looks like well, my thing is.
You got one.
Yeah, no, well, you know what? I know about the weekend. I'm just thinking cards.
All right, we got about a minute or two for the next panel. All right. All right, all right, all right.
I've already had some. Know who this is?
All right, I guess I just started. Let's go back on again.
Everyone can log in. Get started.
There you go.
Session. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Everyone's here. I'm going to be moderating this session. I'm moderating this session. We have got about 6. So we can sit down and join in with Chit and Anna. So I'm very happy to introduce
Chidananda, who has a meditation practice that he calls Career Bliss Academy. And so this is completely voluntary and optional. If you're not comfortable with meditation, you don't like it, please feel free to go on your phone. For everyone who would like to participate, we're just going to have a 5-minute career mindfulness visualization by Chidananda, and take it away.
My camera not turning on.
Thank you very much, Eric. And it's been such a wonderful fair so far. And they were talking about inspiration this morning, and Career Bliss Academy is my offering and my inspiration to the world. I've taught in the skyscrapers of San Francisco at UC Berkeley's campus pre-pandemic. And then because of pandemic, I went to Zoom and I've been teaching in over 20 countries, all in the same class, people coming from all over the world to meditate with me. And the tie into career with this is, and I teach them together, career empowers meditation. You bring focus from your career into your meditation, you meditate well because of it. And then vice versa, meditation clarifies you and you bring that clarity to your career. From clarity also comes personal power, confidence, creativity. So many beautiful things come from coming from centeredness as opposed from scatterbrain. And I'm also a tech worker here in San Francisco, and it's been challenging. I've gone through some layoffs myself, and it was so important in those times to go deeper into my practice. The ego, the mind would want to try to control the problem and get a job right away, send out 1,000 resumes or whatever. It was so important to come from clarity and not from scatterbrain. So today I would like to give you something you can take home with you for whether you're reinventing yourself or going back into the fire of whatever you've been doing. If you're starting a new business, this can support any and all of that. And we're going to do a very simple meditation technique today, breathing based. And the intent is just to clear our minds. So we're going to do 5 breaths. So that's an inhale and an exhale for each breath. And you want to elongate the inhale and elongate the exhale. So if you do about 5 seconds on the inhale, you want to try to match it with about 5 seconds on the exhale. Don't force it too much, but a little bit of a stretch is good. And go at your own pace. In the next 20 seconds, some of you are going to do 10 breaths. In the next 20 seconds, others might do 3 breaths. It's okay wherever you're at. So I'm going to sit with you and do this, and you can close your eyes if you like. And last but not least, make sure you're expanding your belly. I give you full permission to let it all out. Just fully breathe in. It's very good for coming into that peaceful parasympathetic mode of your nervous system. Okay, so gentle inhale. And 1 or 2 more breaths, and we'll wrap up here. Wonderful. This is very common where people don't want to come back into the room after we start this. But welcome back into the room. So now you guys, well, first of all, I'd like you just to feel for a moment. Feel your mind, feel your body. Ask yourself, how do I feel? Just note it down mentally how you feel right now. Cool. So with this very simple technique, if you simply did this consistently, daily, consistency is more important than quality or duration, or we're not trying to achieve anything here. You're not going to get an A on this test. There's no A's and F's in meditation. So yeah, if you just do this consistently, this would certainly help you with your career search, keeping that expanded awareness of your career search, as opposed to getting too in the weeds and then losing that valuable perspective. There could be opportunities sitting right in front of you right now, but you can't even see them because you're here in your awareness. And this is going to keep you open and expanded. So if you'd like a little more advanced technique of meditation, I do that weekly in the class and would love to see you there this Tuesday. It's a little more advanced, but everyone here can learn that technique. Everyone can pull that off for sure. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chidananda. All right, if we can get the next panel up for how to transition careers.
How many do we have? We do a stool here if someone wants.
Are taller than me sitting down, you know. Yeah, almost.
Use that stool.
That's the.
All right. Hello, hello. Okay. I'm now going to be Albert's spot. All right. We're here for the How to Transition Careers panel. We'll just start off by letting everyone introduce themselves. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I am Andrea Vasquez. I'm a client success director at Degree, but also on the side, I do love career coaching. I partner closely with the Datoir Foundation in Santa Rosa to provide free workshops for the community. And I'm very passionate about sharing with job seekers in particular, how to use AI to land their dream job. And I'm also, my husband has a business for janitorial and carpet cleaning. So I know that part of the, I guess, non-tech world. And I also am a dancer and we promote events. So yeah, if you're interested in dancing, I'm also somebody that we can chat, especially bachata, salsa, you know, gotta bring the Latin spice. I also speak Spanish. I'm from Ecuador. So nice to meet you.
Fantastic. Thanks for that meditation also. That was a great way to get started here. I'm Christopher Love. I live in Santa Cruz, California. I work at Bodhi Behavioral Health. I also work with Boys to Men Mentoring. I'm a youth mentor, but I'm also a life coach and I specialize in relationship because absolutely everything that we do is about relationship. So that's it for now and more later.
Hi, my name's Monica. I'm the owner and primary writer at Next Gen Resumes. So I write resumes and I do specialize in career transitions. There's some new techniques, so I'm happy to share that with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ha. I moved to the US about 8 years ago. And in the last 8 years, I've been navigating my own career in tech, going from an IC to executive at a startup. And most recently, I left my job to start my coaching. I'm an executive coach. I'm at the very beginning. So I'm trying to exploring, you know, what value can I bring? And it turned out people really love working with me on job search and interview. So that's where I am at the moment.
Fantastic. I am April Starlight. I am the founder of Tangerine Search. We recruit a whole bunch of various roles. Product design engineering is what we tell our clients. And then about half the job orders that come in are finance, they're HR, social media, everything in between. I am a longtime Albert's List contributor. We've presented and helped a lot of different job seekers. I like to come at it from the opposite perspective, right? As a person who has looked at 150 resumes and LinkedIn profiles every day for 15 years, you get a lot of perspective on what works and doesn't work, and I'm happy to be here and answer questions today.
Awesome. Everyone, I am Brian Kwa. I'm a first-gen Asian American that grew up in a low-income household and was trying to find my passion and my purpose for a while. And I went through the traditional route of becoming like a doctor, lawyer, or pharmacist that my parents wanted me to be, but realized that path wasn't for me. And through 10 odd jobs, I finally found a career that fit me. And it was because of a mentorship program and a boot camp that taught me how to break into tech. And the fundamentals that they taught me is what I've implemented to work for companies like Google, YouTube, Uber, and beyond. And now I'm teaching that to other people, not only so that they can land a job, but to find their purpose and passion too, to align yourself with a company that actually cares for you, right? So yeah, and now I'm the founder of my own company, MPH Tech Academy. We teach people using AI to land their next career, and I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Julian Sproul. I'm a seasoned recruiter, have a decade of experience in building various different teams, product design, engineering, as well as marketing and other disciplines as well within tech. And most recently, I transitioned and became an executive recruiting coach, where I work with director level and above career explorers to be able to match them with their next values aligned opportunity. You can call me like the Yenta for tech, or a talent matchmaker in that regard. I found my way into this passion of mine through going through my own career exploration. And so excited to be able to share the learnings and lessons that I learned along the way about possibly transitioning out of tech to then realize, hey, you know what? I actually can apply a lot of my learnings and a lot of my skill sets to what I've been doing for the last decade, but in this way that really connects more with my purpose and my deeper purpose for helping and support the individuals, because you are so much more than your resume. So thank you so much for having me here. Looking forward to this.
Thanks, Julian. Thank you to all our panelists. I'll introduce myself as your moderator. My name is Eric Forst, and I'm the coordinator of the Workforce Development DAO, which is a part of We Heart SF. You've seen our logo around, we're wearing the t-shirts. We Heart SF is a community of activists and people who are passionate about Web3 technology and solving the homeless problem in the city of San Francisco. So we meet every Wednesday, and I invite all of you to come to our luncheon every Wednesday from 12 to 1:30 right down the street here at the House of Web3, which is run by a company called Edge and Node that produce a blockchain called the Graph blockchain. And we have 6 working groups that we call DAOs, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations, and I run the Workforce Development DAO. We also have DAOs for street outreach, mentorship, recovery, mental health, and interim housing. I started my career in sales and marketing, and I was lucky to run marketing departments for 2 different national staffing agencies. So I have a lot of passion helping recruiters do their job. So I'm really excited to talk to all of you today. I also am an entrepreneur, and I have a few startups, which is why I started going to the House of Web3. And I just wanted to share the best advice I've gotten in transitioning careers, and then we'll open it up to the rest of you for this question. I was really lucky to get some advice and to learn some statistics having been in the industry, which is that only about 5 to 10% of people find a job from a job board. That means 80 to 90% of you are going to find jobs from your network. And the best thing that you can do if you're looking for a job or looking to transition to careers is think like a marketer. Think of it as a marketing campaign. Make a target list of the top 30 companies that you want to work for and start reaching out to all of those people who either have the job that you would like to have at that company or you think might be the hiring manager at that company. Reach out to them on LinkedIn and ask for an informational interview. Ask to take them out to coffee or to lunch, and just ask them about their job and just build those relationships, expand your network. So with that, I want to kick it off to each of you. What would you say is the key to transitioning a career? We can go in chronological order, however you guys want to do it.
The key to transitioning my perspective is one, clarity, and two, planning, which is easier said than done. I get it. So for clarity, just really understanding, where is it that you want to transition to, and then putting a planning in place to get there. Given that I do coach on using AI to land your dream job, I am going to give some AI prompting tips along the way. So for those of you that don't have that clarity and you're like, I don't know where I want to go, and you need some ideas, one really great AI prompt, and I'm a fan of using ChatGPT, that's just my preference. You can say, based on my skills and interest, what are job titles that may be a good fit for me? List all your skills, list all of your interest, leave out experience if you don't want the AI to consider that. And you can also be very specific. You can say, I do not want a tech job. I want to move out of tech if that's what you desire, but see what it comes back with. And it will give you a really great foundation and a starting point to explore those jobs further.
Awesome, fantastic. I think there's going to be a little bit of redundancy with all of us up here, and then there will probably be some individual tips as well, because when I start working with people, I start with an interest list as well. Because one of the things that I'm really interested in is, are you living something that's passionate for you? Are you living something that you'd want to do the rest of your life? Because what I see is a lot of times people fade out because they just went into this career because it was about the money. And then they realize that just the money isn't sustainable, right? And we start to lose track of our humanity. So we want to have something that's connected with our deeper purpose. And so clarity, I like that word a lot, getting clear about what your purpose is. So what I like to represent up here is I represent the fool who jumps off the cliff, right? So I've reinvented myself over and over again my whole entire life. My dad probably is the one who's responsible for that, because he kicked my butt when I was 16 and said, by the way, you're going to want to go out and date, and you're going to want to have albums, and you're going to want to buy fancy clothes and things like that. I'm not paying for any of that, because my only deal with God is to provide you a home and some food. So he had me go out, and he said, you can get a job or you can start your own business. Well, my own business. So he just said, okay. And he walked me through it. Every time I came back with him with another step, he would say, okay, and then what did you think about this? Did you think about this? But by the time we went through this for several months, and it was grueling, and I was upset, and I was a teenager, and I was just like, why are we doing all this? And I was so upset with him, right? At the end, I had a complete financial prospectus. I had an entire business plan. And then at the end, I needed a couple $1,000s to get my business started. And I said to my dad, where do I get that? Will you provide it? And he said, well, do you have a plan as to how to pay me back? And then I went back to work again. And when I came back and finally brought him something that he was satisfied with, he actually threw out the $2,000 and said, let's go to the store. My prospectus said that I would pay him back in a year, and I had him paid back in the first 6 months. Every single time that I realized I needed to make a change in my life, I use that plan to reinvent myself. And what I see is, so there's 99.9% of all the businesses in America are small businesses. 97% of all those businesses have employees. So most of the businesses in America, we always think business, we think about corporate big, but actually there's more small businesses than there are large businesses. So you can think about working for those. You can also think about creating your own. Somewhere between 15 and 20% of small businesses fail in the first year. And the reason is that they didn't get the planning, and they didn't have the coaching, and they didn't have the understanding and the experience, and they make too many mistakes at the very beginning. So what ends up happening, especially if they opened up a space that's got any high overhead, is that they got everything together. I've got a buddy who just opened up a coaching business where he had trainers and all this stuff. He got a brick and mortar, and next thing you know, he's got this looming payments every single month bleeding him out, thinking that he had such a great idea. Everybody's going to come to him, right? And then they didn't come as fast as he needed them to pay the bills. So you got to have that plan. You have to know exactly how long am I going to go before my money runs out, and the whole bit. So all the planning is absolutely necessary. Every single time that I've jumped and been successful, it's because I've gotten all the back end planning done. I knew exactly what I needed to do. I got research. I was passionate about it. It came from my interests, and I was willing to do the work, and I was willing to put in whatever it took, because that's really what it will take to do that. So that's a jump into your own private industry, whatever that is. You can reinvent yourself to be anybody that you want, as long as it comes from a deep place within yourself.
That was good. I have a little bit more of a less, I have a more practical perspective because I write resumes. So I'm looking at just the nitty gritty of how am I going to reposition this person into, you know, another role. And I've actually done quite a bit of this recently, as I have a specialty with, I've been doing a lot of long-term military career transitions. So I've done at least 10 people with 20 to 30-year military careers. These people have very prestigious roles. One of them was the person who negotiated peace treaties with other countries. He was the one to determine who got out of Guantanamo Bay and when. Like, these are very, very high-level, prestigious people who have zero job titles in the corporate world. Zero. So I had to really come up with some techniques. I mean, one of them, and I'm happy to show anybody, I did bring a couple of samples. So if anybody wants to talk to me after this, we can. But one of the techniques is making sure, you know, I don't do a top career summary. I do professional strengths bullets. The first line is always, you know, something along the lines of so-and-so with 20 years of experience currently transitioning into blah, blah, blah. You know, so I'm letting them know right away, here's my experience, but I'm looking this way. And then each of the bullets below will have a skill. And it's important to look at skills, not job titles. Don't say manager, leader. You know, don't say salesperson, negotiator. You know what, you know, these are all skills. And what you want to do when you're transitioning, don't highlight the roles you've held, highlight the skills you have. And then if you can massage that into ways that they would apply to your next industry you're looking at, of course, that's helpful. So that's great. And the other thing that I do is, you know, people think that keyword search terms, you know, for these applicant tracking systems, that you need to write this long resume and use these words over and over again. And then, you know, I don't understand the idea of making your resume unreadable to the human just to be seen by the computer, you know, and then the human's like, you know, ready to kill themselves reading your stuff. So I always keep the resume brief, concise, to the point, make sure you're just looking at it from the reader's perspective, not yours. But another really cool trick is just putting keyword search terms as a header at the end. People think you have to have those keywords in the resume. No, you don't. Everybody's doing this nowadays. We all know it. We all see it. It's not a secret. Nobody's hiding. Nobody's getting away with that. So I just put a header, keyword search terms. So like on a lot of these military resumes, operations officer, operations leader, you know, this, that, the other, you just come up with 50 different ways and all the, you know, and that's where I put job titles. That's where I say, now here's where I want you to go look on the web, you know, look at everything. Anytime you come across a job title that interests you, put that in your keyword search terms. So now what they're doing is they're just saying, look, these are the jobs I'm interested in. There's nothing disingenuous about that. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, again, all these people are very highly qualified people. They just don't have those job titles. So don't be afraid to put yourself in a keyword search term section at the end. You used to be able to put it in white and hide it from the human. Don't do that anymore. They know that. So don't do that. Just be honest. Just let it show. But anyway, there's a lot of different techniques that you can use. I'm happy to talk to more about it, but I definitely have got more the practical resume perspective and not so much the recruiter perspective. So I'm glad these guys are here.
Thanks, Monica.
So for me, the most important thing when it comes to career transition is resilient. Because the reality is you're stepping into new territory and you may not have the credibility, the experience, you don't look the part yet. So it's going to take you a lot of time and effort. You may get, not may, but you will get a lot of rejection. So you really need to build in resilience from the beginning. Like, hey, this is what I am doing. I'm going to get rejection, I'm going to be disappointed. And from there, build into your support system, endless people who can hold you literally, figuratively throughout the process, because it will be hard. So if anything, I would look into, my support system, my resilience, and how to build it.
That's fantastic. I think I'd like to lean a little bit on something that Andrea said, which was about getting clarity. And I would like to first just take a minute to acknowledge we all have blind spots, right? Things that we don't know about ourselves. Things that we don't know about the world, maybe jobs that could be a good fit for us that we don't know exist. So as a personal anecdote, similar to Mr. Love, I wasn't always a recruiter. That wasn't my first stop on my career journey. I was always an entrepreneur, started my first business at 7 years old, enlisted my friends as my employees, sales team. I don't know why anyone was my friend, you guys, to be honest. But I had a very cool business idea in my early 20s. I had 2 kids under 3 years old. They were driving me crazy. And I thought I should open an indoor restaurant playground. That's what I should do at 23. So here I was with a staff of 7 people, like a 2-story pirate ship, a community classroom. Restaurants are incredibly difficult businesses, even if you know how to run one, which I did not, right? So there I was, forced in the middle of a career transition and with everything on the line, right? Like I have dependents. This is a real thing going on. And I ended up taking a weird job at a kind of questionable financial services company where my salary was fully paid by the Obama, what was it? They were like paying salaries to stimulate the economy, right? And at that job was a wonderful person named Ethan Allen who said, "You'd be a great recruiter." Okay, great. Sounds great. Sign me up. Where do I go? And this person actually advocated for me at a company where he had some friends for 3 months until they hired me. And on my first day I started, it was like, oh my God, I love this job. I get to talk to so many different kinds of people and it's so fun. And there's commission. It's a little bit casino. It's a little bit, of a party. It's everything that I love to do. I didn't even know this was a job, right? So my son has a friend, she's 19 years old working at Target. By the way, Target's a great employer. They have a 5% 401k matching. This girl's 19 years old with $5,000 in her retirement fund today. Shout out to Target. She's looking for a career. She really doesn't want to go to school. She's terrified of student loan debt, like a lot of kids in her generation. Well, other people are keeping an eye out for her, right? And bringing opportunities to her. She just went on usajobs.gov or whatever the website is and applied to be an air traffic controller. A 19-year-old working at Target is not going to think of this as a career opportunity, right? So what I'm saying through all of these stories is just sometimes enlist the people around you to be your eyes and ears. Other people are going to end up in rooms that you're not standing in. They know people you don't know. They see opportunities that you don't necessarily know about. And then, listen with an open mind when things get brought to you. Maybe people will bring you ideas that are not the best for you. I know my mom does that for me sometimes. But there's also like tangential things, right? Like, oh, that's not a great fit for me. But as I'm researching this particular opportunity, hey, there's something in that field or related to that that is interesting to me that I didn't know existed. So that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you. Just to piggyback, yeah, we should be clapping. Yeah, we should. Thank you. Thank you. Just to piggyback off that, I really resonate with that because my first year in tech was in tech sales. And then if it wasn't for other people giving me opportunities, hey, I think you'd be a great recruiter as well. And at first I was hesitant. but they kind of sold me saying like, instead of selling just a software or service, you're selling an opportunity. You're changing someone's life. And for me, impact was everything, right? So I took the chance, and sometimes you have to just take these risks and, just have an open mind, right? Just if you're stuck, what I realize, and I'll speak for myself, maybe you guys can resonate with this too. If you're feeling stuck for a while, it's a sign that you have to just open up your mind and try something new, or take in a perspective that you've been rejecting for a while, potentially, right? That's the value of coaches that we kind of like overlook. And I think that I can get through life myself. I got this, the weight's on my shoulder, I can do this. And then you realize, no, you just need a little bit of help. But then once you put that out into the world, everything starts opening up for you. I saw a LinkedIn post that said, guys, I'm just reaching out for help. I usually don't do this. I need a job, right? And next thing you know, this post goes viral. It has 3,000 likes, 1,000 comments. Everyone's reaching out. Hey, I have an opening here. I have an opening there. I'm happy to refer you. I just looked at your LinkedIn profile. So learning how to be vulnerable and being on the platforms that allow you to get those connections and leveraging that using AI potentially, right? I think that's the key right here. And we all could be a little bit more vulnerable, I feel. So yeah, that's what I would do in regards to transitioning into something new. Listen more than you talk. And I say this to myself as well every single day. So amen.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, vulnerability and curiosity as well. It was really well said. So being that I'm the caboose of this train right now, I am taking notes. I'm not, TikToking or anything like that right now. And I just wanted to provide just some themes, some through lines in terms of like what everyone said with my own reflections. So one is around clarity. I'm much more less talk, more do. So when I was going through my own career exploration, I had the privilege of being able to have some expendable income to hire on a career coach. And the career coach gave me a free resource. And I was like, wait, hold on. So I'm paying you, but you're giving me a free resource. She was like, it's the best. It's the best in class. And so I did it. It was amazing. And it really helped me get clarity even more so. And so I know that, in these times, it's tough in terms of being able to justify, if you have some expendable income to, work with a coach, and highly recommend that. And also, if you don't, I want to provide a free resource, which is called Career Design Lab. It is a free Coursera course put together by a career coach friend of mine named Remy Martin, Career Design Lab. And what it does is that it uses a design thinking strategy and methodology to be able to essentially go through and understand the various different types of options that you're looking at in your career search. And I use it with my clients. And yes, I use a free resource with my clients. I am not attached to any type of dogma, especially my own dogma, because at the end of the day, I give credit where credit's due in terms of what I do use. And that has been essential. And I've had clients get jobs through getting that clarity. So to what you were saying, Andrea. And then to what you were saying as well, your name again? Huh? What Hal was saying as well is balance and emotional resilience, balance and play. So one of the things is that when looking at exploring a career transition, you're dipping your toes into something that possibly you haven't done before. And so one of the best ways is to get outside and go and volunteer and play. Find something that you want to do and volunteer and do it. It's one of the best ways to be able to build relationships. And to what Brian was saying, be vulnerable and have curiosity. Go up to those that where you are volunteering to be able to then have more of an understanding of, hey, listen, like I'm curious, like what is it like for you? It's one of the best ways to have an informational interview. Just go and volunteer at a place or in a certain sector that you are interested in going into. So volunteer and play while you're doing it because you're an explorer. And then more targeting wise, ideal candidate profile. Who knows what an ICP is in sales or business? ICP, ideal consumer profile, right? Wow, this is an ideal candidate profile. Once you have that clarity, then create your own user persona of what the ideal candidate is. If you are looking at your transferable skill sets and being like, I want to be a candidate in this new vertical or this new position, what does that entail? ICP. And lastly, resume, real quick. I probably hired over 450 plus people in my career. I spend 20 seconds or less on a resume. And I ask myself the following questions. One, I want to disqualify you. I'm lazy. I have 1,000 resumes to go through. So I don't want to do the effort of moving you forward because that's more effort. So I want to disqualify you. So please put everything in your resume or everything that you need to do in terms of showing that picture of you on that resume, meaning dates, all of the different pieces of it. Do that. Do not miss out on things because then we will, second, doubt it, right? And doubting it, then it will just be like, we'll pass it on and we'll move forward. And so then the third is that if I do want to move you forward, it's because I saw something and I saw everything laid out exactly clear how I want it. And it's like, okay, boom, 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 boom. And so think about it in that way of don't leave out things on a resume. And I'm happy to also go into any type of debate about this.
Thank you. Thank you all. Those were amazing key insights. Yes. Amazing key insights into how to transition careers. Now we'll start with you, Jillian, for the next question. What?
Warmed up, baby.
Yeah, you're warmed up. So let's keep going, Jillian. So based on what you're seeing with your clients, what fields, what careers are the best to transition into right now? And maybe give some case studies or examples.
Oh, well, I'm only going to speak from my own experiences and what I know, because I don't want to speak from anything else. And outside of tech? Outside of tech. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Well, so from come back to me.
If all of your clients are in tech, then what's the best role in tech?
Oh, okay. I can
How about that?
one. Okay.
As an B, option B.
Right now, the best roles in tech are the ones where in which that AI cannot replace in the next number of years, and all, in terms of the various different responsibilities of a job. And so if it's in tech, it's primarily has to do with you being a builder. So building the products. The other is a revenue generator, a rainmaker, right? So in terms of with sales, for example, that is also another one where in which that it is really, to someone's point earlier in another panel, it's there's a people business to it, and that AI will not replace that right now. And so go to market. So really to capture it, technical, engineering, and then go to market roles.
Awesome. Brian.
Cool. Yeah, just to piggyback off of that, outside of tech, I see a lot of people either trying to get a job, right, that hasn't for a while, transitioning into maybe even starting a business or even creating content. So I think this is the force multiplier, and I've seen it time and time again. People are quitting their jobs after building a brand on LinkedIn, and like building a personal brand, leveraging AI to help you write the posts, create the graphics, everything. employers will want to work with you instead. So you don't even have to apply to jobs, right? If you think about it, most employers are trying to partner up with personal brands, people that have their own following. They want to piggyback off of that, right? So imagine you had 100,000 followers and you're applying for the same job that someone has 500 for. Instantly, they're just gonna be like, how did they have that? Right? How did they get that? And we should look into that. You're already gonna be on their radar. So you already have the competitive advantage. And from there, it's what you want to transition into. It's kind of your call potentially, because you have so many brands wanting to work with you. So yeah, I see the creator economy growing to 500 billion in about 3 years, from 2 to 300 billion right now. So I think it's a huge market.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So when thinking about transitioning, right, I like to think about industries that are less snobby than tech. Tech is famous for having these job descriptions like, we want someone with X number of years of experience with this technology. And when you look it up, the technology's been out 6 months or something, right? Like we've all seen this, right? And there's often, especially like venture-backed startups or the FANG companies, right? They're looking for pedigree, like capital S snob. There is so much that we need to do for our planet, physical environment. There is an enormous opportunity right now in renewables, in clean technology, alternative fuels. And what I'm seeing in this area is that they're not snobby yet. Hopefully they don't get snobby. But because it's a new and growing industry, there hasn't been time for them to say, okay, we are only going to take people who've come out of some other sustainability organization. They're looking still for transferable skills, and they're looking for passion. They're looking for what drives you to want to do this over something else. And that's something that a lot of people just carry within them. Certainly I do. Work for Climate or Work on Climate is a Slack channel that you can join and have conversations with folks within these different industries or different companies in the industry. We have a client that is a nonprofit in Central California. It's called BEAM, B-E-A-M Circular. And what they're doing is building an entire new industry within California based on circular bioeconomy. So that means we're going to take the waste from our agriculture and make new products. We are going to make fuel. We are going to make plastic out of grape leaves. I don't know, I'm making that up, but it's essentially like a startup incubator that we all go and attend in tech, but specifically only for companies in this area. They're a nonprofit that's been around a year and a half, 2 years. They have raised an insane amount of money that I've never seen in a nonprofit. And what that tells me is that we've got finally demand from the public. We have new laws and regulations being passed where companies have to report their carbon emissions, not only their own, from their supply chain, right? So we have regulators also creating demand, and we have the federal government putting a bunch of money into this area. So there's a lot of evidence that this is growing now and going to continue to grow.
Thank you.
I have a different perspective on this. I've been working with my client, and even though they are doing job search, very aligned with their experience, every time they sit down with me, they told me that this is difficult. Why do I have to make the case again? I've have experience. I've done this for the last 10 years, 20 years. The truth is, whenever you apply for a new job that you have experience in or you transition, it will feel like a fight. So I don't have a definitive answer as in which industry you should focus on. I will tell you what I tell my client though, which is, I know this is hard. You have your value and you want to look for an employer that align with what you value. And you only need one. Because the thought that make it challenging is, oh, they all look for so-and-so that I don't have or that I don't like. You only need one. So work really hard to find that one employer that align with your value and see you as a valuable asset to the company.
Good job. What was the question again?
Just what fields are you seeing the most opportunity in outside of tech or inside of tech? What's the
So this
best
might not
job?
be my cup of tea because I don't really do a lot of the recruiting side. I mean, for one, obviously, I think you can't really make a blanket statement, right? You got to look at each individual. You know, I mean, as a generality, I think look into the trades. You know, I don't know that
Oh,
everybody.
by the way, the next panel after this is careers and trades. We have a whole panel of trades people. So
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the trades are where it's at. If
Yeah.
you're looking for, you know, the area that's lacking and,
Yep.
you know, the tech is kind of overrun. So,
Yep.
but, you know, not everybody wants to be a plumber, you know, so you really gotta, you know, kind of deal with each particular person and what they're looking at. But
Lon Chi, we've got the pipe,
Yeah.
the pipe trades
Right.
out there. That is the
But
plumber.
the
plumber
first
thing.
thing I say is definitely, you know, it's always good to do a little brainstorming session. I do, when I work with people on their resumes, I do everything from scratch and by interview. And after I work with them on, you know, the layout and then interview them on the jobs, and at the end to come up with the top bullets is I do a brainstorming. And I feel like it's really valuable because when you're trying to create a sentence that's like, I am this and that and whatever, you lock up. Ooh, you know, like people can't talk about themselves. It's a common thing. I get it. Almost every client I've ever had. Oh, I'm so bad at this. Yeah, I know. So is everybody. Yeah, so is everybody. We all hate talking about ourselves. In fact, I get help on my resume. But the brainstorming part is great. And what I do is I brainstorm and what are the nouns you can call me, and don't always use you know, job titles like manager. Again, kind of back to what I said before was just, you know, look at negotiator, coordinator, planner, you know, things that are like general skills. And then I say, look at your adjectives. What am I? I'm resourceful. I'm determined. I'm self-manageable. I'm, you know, I'm self-driven. I'm, you know, and separate those. And then what I do is I said, okay, now let's take this. And I look at all those nouns we came up with. And I said, what makes you exceptionally good at being a negotiator? Tell me, what is that, right? And so then we break all this stuff down in ways that dismantle the fear, dismantle the resistance that people have about talking about themselves because they're just talking about this little piece or that little piece. And when you get all that down on paper, you'd be surprised what you find as the skills. And that's why, you know, people ask me if I do career coaching, and I say that the process of doing a resume with me is career coaching, because the whole time I'm working with somebody, I'm looking at not only what lights them up when they talk about it, but I'm looking at how they talk, how they communicate. What are their skills there? Are they, you know, are they concise? Are they, you know, all those things. And so I kind of can help them see, I go, you know, have you ever thought about a career in training? You like public speaking, you like, you know, sharing your knowledge, you know. So anyway, there's things, but to close out, I would also like to say is don't forget that we live in a totally different era today than 30 years ago, where to start a company, you needed a ton of capital, right? Remember that you can, you know, all these people who are so ingrained and so used to working for somebody else and pulling a paycheck, remember that there are 1,000 ways nowadays where you can start your own company. Maybe it's not bringing in 200K a year, you know, day one, but get out there. What are your skills? What are you able to offer? You know, are you somebody who's, you know, are you a recruiter who's out of work? Maybe help people with career coaching, you know, get a few people on the side. You can do all of this with just Facebook marketing, you know, all of these unpaid things. You don't need business licenses. You don't need all that stuff. You can just go out and then that's how I got started as resumes. I used to work in tech. I wrote the white papers and brochures and websites for Sonus Networks. I wrote for high-tech telecom switching equipment. And then what happened? Telecom went down. I went freelance. And then all my friends were like, God, I'm looking for a job. So I started helping with the resumes. Before you knew it, I was like, hey guys, I can't keep doing this for free. You know?
We've had tech layoffs before.
Oh yeah, so I was like, hey, I'm gonna have to charge you. And then I'm telling you, in 20 years of doing resumes, never once to this day have I advertised, not even for free.
That's
I am word of mouth. You can only get me if you know me, and there's no better sale than a successful client. So just remember that you don't need other companies. Start making money with what you know how to do. And that might be small today, but wait 5 years down the road when you got 12 people who said, this chick really helped me out, And so just keep your mind open. Don't look in the straight and narrow all the time. Make sure you're looking at the peripheral.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome. What I would like to say is, context, purpose, and paradigm. And your paradigm is how you view things. Everybody understands paradigm, right? So your context is how you show up, and your purpose is what keeps you on track. One of the tips that I'd like to give you that really helped me out is, 20, maybe even 25, 30 years ago. I don't know how long it was. It was quite a while. I was here in San Francisco, and there was a fellow by the name of Stephen Covey who did a seminar, and I didn't know who he was. And I didn't realize he was part of this Franklin Day Planner and the whole bit, right? But he was the mentor to IBM, right? So he had this seminar, and I went, and it changed my life because he had almost the entire talk was about paradigm. And to hear him talk for at least an hour about paradigm is life-changing. It will change your paradigm. So what you need to take a look at is how is it that you're looking at everything? Because the way that you're looking at it could be limited. It's limited by your own belief system. It's limited by how you grew up, where you went to school, who your parents were, and everyone who has influenced you. If you want to change your paradigm, take a look at your sphere of influence. That's all the people that you influence. But guess what? All the people you influence, they influence you. So how are the people around you influencing you? And you can bring new people into your life that will influence you by the fact that you're standing for a new type of something, whatever that is. And that's called possibility. It's being able to stand in the place of the unknown and stand for something that you don't know, but be willing to stand there anyway, right? So I ended up, one of the businesses I started was a construction company, and I was a builder for almost 3 decades. And I had a great time doing that for about the first decade and a half. And then my body wasn't really into it anymore. And I started drinking, and ended up with a drinking problem, and it took me down. And I ended up losing almost everything. And then the financial crash in 2008 finished that off as well. So it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I wasn't functional at that point, but I came back from that place. And when I came back, and I got a lot of help, by the way, but that's not what we're here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is that one of my mentors asked me what I was doing. And I said, I don't know. And he said, great. That's an incredibly wonderful place to start. And that's when I first learned about interests lists and finding out what I was interested in. And what he said was, he said, so while everything was crashed and I was living on some unemployment and some savings, I looked around and I saw that fathers were not spending time with their sons because they were working so hard. And so I just started this thing called Fathers and Sons. And I started getting fathers together with their sons. I said, look, you don't have to plan anything. Everything is done. You just show up. I'll have it all planned out. I love nature. So like I'm an avid environmentalist. Oh, by the way, when I had that truck, the big Ford F-350 that guzzled everything and passed everything but a gas station, I had a bumper sticker on that thing that said, I identify as a Prius. Why? Because I'm an environment. At heart, I'm an environmentalist, right? So like I care about the earth. And I believe that, yes, this is the way. It's like we're going to become more and more conscious as a species, and we're going to want to take care of things. And we've got a lot of cleanup to do. So I think those are going to be really great jobs. But as I took a look at, he said, So you're taking these kids out and these fathers out, they just show up and they have a great time. We go out into nature and we're doing rocks, ropes, kayaking, wilderness skills, fire making, all these kinds of things. He said, you would be great working with kids. And I said, really? He goes, oh yeah, you're just doing it naturally. So I went back to school for ECE and I became a preschool teacher and I did that for a little bit. And then I got involved and then through all of that, I ended up meeting somebody who was saying, do you realize we've got boys falling through the cracks like unbelievable right now, just falling through the cracks. They're falling behind girls in school academically 3-1 right now. And they're more likely to commit suicide, more likely to quit high school. And right now, 75% of all the crime that happens in the United States, according to the DOJ, is committed by a high school dropout. He said, you would be a great youth mentor. Next thing you know, I'm in the school system mentoring middle school boys. And the program is wildly successful. And there's a career in it. Who knew? Who knew? All along the way, as I'm getting clean and sober, by the way, I had a friend of mine who came to one of our circles. So we started holding men's circles for all those fathers, right? Supporting them to be the best fathers that they can be. He came, he said, I want you to be a coach at my clinic. I said, coaching what? He said, just talk to the men, right? And so next thing you know, I'm at this clinic and I'm coaching men how to live a great life, how to get in touch with their passion, how to change careers if they need to change careers, et cetera, et cetera. He said, I want you to talk to the ladies now. I said, I don't know anything about the ladies in that way. I want to date ladies, but hey, but you know, but not in that way. And he said, you know more than you think you do. And next thing you know, half of my clients are women. And he said, now, why don't you add the next component, get the license. Now I'm almost got my 3,000 hours to get my counseling license. Okay. I didn't ever set out to be a life coach. I didn't set out to be an addiction counselor. I'm working at a behavioral health clinic and I'm working for Boys to Men networking, mentoring network. And there's a career in it. Unbelievable. I had no idea, but I had to stand in that place of possibility. I had to get all the cobwebs out of my head that said, oh, my dad said it had to look like this, or these are the only kind of jobs I could do. And I can't remember now, we've all said so many things up here that I can't remember who said what, but I do remember the skill set, focusing on your skill sets and then having your sphere of influence, the people around you tell you what your skill sets are, not just you, because they will see things in you that you didn't see in yourself. And then widen your sphere of influence by bringing more people into it with diverse skills and beliefs.
Lovely.
Wow, already so many great tips. The career coach in me has to also point out the individuality piece where I do really want people to enjoy what they do every day, that, you know, you're not dreading that Monday, you're not dreading, you know, what you do day to day and finding that passion. So for me, the right job is what ignites passion for you. And I do think that finding the right mentor, finding the right career coach is extremely helpful because that helped me early on. I remember when I sat and I talked about my interests and I love relationship building and I love communication, I love this. And I remember this person was like, you should look into account management. And I was like, have they not been listening? I don't like accounting, like finance, like I was a student, I didn't know it, but I didn't realize that account management, now are using more client success, which I like that term way more. But I didn't realize that he was absolutely listening and he really did hit exactly what I needed, because that's really where I ended up focusing my career. But because we are talking about moving out of tech and other opportunities, I do want to also emphasize what's been shared, just that it doesn't have to be one thing. Right now, we're living in a world where you can do multiple things and get different lines of revenue. And one of the things that I also want to share, I know it was discussed in the first session, that curiosity. And I got curious about even like TikTok. I was like, I want to do TikTok, and I became a TikTok influencer. And there was one time I was like, you know what? Let me try doing this product stuff. Like, I don't like, it was totally outside my comfort zone. I made over $300 on like one toothpaste video. Like, it's like, and it's just something that it's like, just try it. Just go and see, do I like this? Do I like creating videos? But in real world experience, what I have seen though is my previous manager, she moved to be a life coach similarly, but the way she did it was she had an amazing manager who told her, take 2 weeks off, take 2 weeks off and 100% focus on this, you know, itching passion of yours that you have, to figure out if you can really see yourself doing that every day. I know there's been tips about mentoring, shadowing, but I think it goes down to giving yourself that time to really understand, what is it like? Will I enjoy it? And you know, getting to the clarity. I've seen people, product leaders, recently move to consulting. I have a friend who created an amazing book. It happened to go viral. She just opened her publishing company, Dick's Publishing. And so if you've ever wanted to be an author, there's not as much red tape. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's a, you know, an easy, you know, thing to accomplish. It is a lot of work, but you know, think of the dreams that you've been wanting to do, something that ignites passion, and do it, and go for it.
Thank you. All right, all right. So we're going to move into just one final round of questions and then open it up to the audience. So we're going to do the AI questions. So I would like to invite everyone in this room to apply to take a free AI class, a 6-week boot camp that I will be teaching at the Occur Career Development Center in Oakland on Foothill Boulevard. So if anyone is interested in learning practical AI tools for business, I've been using AI every day in my startups for the last 2 years. I started helping businesses use AI in 2008 with social media sentiment analysis. And I would love to teach any of you who are interested how to build great prompts, how to build custom GPTs, how to use AI for social media content creation. And we have a guest lecturer who's an expert at AI for video and graphics. And we're hearing a lot about content creation. So if you go to occurnow.org, you'll see a link where you can apply to AI practical tools for business. So with that said, let's now go the other way. How are you using AI, either in your work or encouraging your clients to adopt AI? Or if not, why not? What are the AI tools, tips, tricks that you are using and recommending right now in your practices?
Yeah, there are a lot of AI tips and tricks that can help you through a career transition or even through your job search. And I know I do want to also touch on the point that there are some resistance to AI and some fear around AI replacing jobs. And I do want to encourage people to at least, again, that curiosity, go to ChatGPT, do some prompting, and get familiar with it, because they will make you really efficient in your job and help you with your job search. So 2 things here. So one is AI can help you with your resume, cover letter, interview prepping. You can literally put a job post against your resume and get very tailored feedback to improve your chances of passing the ATS, which I like to say the applicant trashing system, because as Julian shared, like it literally what they're trying to do is just, you know, move on. Like I have too many resumes. But I don't want to lose that human touch. We have some really great, you know, resume writers, some career coaches here, where they can guide you on how to really put your best foot forward in drafting it, in talking to you, how do you can quantify it, which is just a complement to AI. Something else with the AIs, you can look at, you know, optimizing your LinkedIn. Somebody touched on, I believe it was you, who, you know, recruiters can come to you, right? And you can use AI to help, you know, improve the way that you are branding yourself, and getting recruiters coming your way instead of you being the one reaching out. I can probably go on and on, but I do want to give a chance to my friends here to share some tips, and I'm happy to talk afterwards. And I'm diving a little bit deeper how to use AI in your job search.
Awesome, thank you. So I mentioned Stephen Covey, and I want, if you have not already, I'd say get the audiobook, or if you're a reader, read the book. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Absolutely fabulous. It's poignant. It's just as relevant today as it was the day that it was written. It'll always be, because it's really based on relationship and paradigm. So it's really about you and how you interface with the world. I think it's absolutely crucial, because relationship, as I said from the very beginning, I think it's the key. It's about you. It's your relationship with everyone around you and everything that you do. Okay. So in the work that I'm doing right now, especially with voice to men mentoring, we've been using AI because, just to give you a quick one, so down in San Diego, the fellows that started Voice to Men Mentoring, they started in 2009 with the first classroom mentoring program, where we take boys, especially those who don't have fathers, out of the classroom into a circle, and we teach them how to hold confidentiality, talk about the things that are difficult, and get all the support that they need to grow into healthy young men, make that transition so that, you know, they're not at risk of that transition to a healthy adulthood, right? And they started with just one in 2009, and now they've got 38 schools mentoring over 1,000 boys. Our vision is to do that here in Northern California. So they helped us with pilot programs up here since 2015. So we're ready, and they don't want to umbrella that anymore. So they said, you have to start your own nonprofit organization. I said, well, that's one I don't know. So AI has helped us with starting our nonprofit organization. You can go into ChatGPT or any of these other ones, and it'll tell you all the different steps. We need to fundraise right now. Our brother organization in Southern California is $1 million funded organization to do what it does to reach over 1,000 boys a week, weekly mentoring, and then taking them out into nature, doing rites of passage experiences, all this kind of stuff. So we're like, okay, we're cool. We need to do that. So again, back to ChatGPT, what do we need to do? Well, we need to have a campaign. We need to have peer-to-peer fundraising. We need to have a sizzle reel that explains everything that we're doing in 3 minutes. Oh, well, what are the components of a sizzle reel? ChatGPT, boom, 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 explained it all. Hired a video artist. He came up, he was up here with us for for a week, and he took about 40 hours worth of content. So we're about to come out with our big fundraiser this next week. So in a week, we launch our first fundraiser for the Northern California Boys to Men chapter, and we're looking for $108,000. That's our first one. But we want to be $1 million funded organization by next year, so we can have 50 schools within the next 5 to 10 years. 1,500 to 1,000, 2,000 boys a week being mentored, right? So ChatGPT. So that's what I know about AI. It's helped us do writing. It's helped us write our financial prospectuses. It's helped us write our executive summary. It tells us about all the different points that we need to know and cover so that when somebody's looking at us as a major funder. So this is a whole nother area that touches on higher purpose. There's like your current purpose, and then there's your higher purpose. What calls to you? What do you want to leave here when you leave this earth? Like, what legacy do you want to leave here? What kind of influence do you want to have on the people after you? And that's what we call higher purpose. And so I've stumbled on, by accident, just being myself, being in possibility, my higher purpose. And I'm putting the rest of my life into this project. And that's what I would say, as I'll use every resource that is possibly at my disposal to complete what it is that I'm here to do on the earth while I'm here and make the greatest difference that I possibly can. And when you're living from that place, it's a really happy place, and you wake up in a good place every day. Thank you.
I'm in the wrong spot. I'm like, oh, AI. I mean, I think maybe, okay, so I'm just going to say it out loud. I don't recommend using AI for your resume in my experience. But of course, I'm coming from a place where I write very, very custom resumes with interview time, really digging in, really exploring your skills, going. And so I have to acknowledge, let me just acknowledge the people that can't afford potentially to have a well-written or a professionally written resume. So from that perspective, I would say, you know, using AI to kind of double check yourself would be good. I have seen my resume taken into AI and rewritten, and it was terrible. It went from concise, sharp, you know, to wrapping bullets, more bullets to say all the same stuff. So in my experience, it hasn't been good. So I really highly recommend that you don't let the machine write your resume. Make sure that you've at least double checked what's in there and make that very concise. I think it's a great idea to use it to help review your resume, to help, other things. But I do want to say one thing, kind of a little bit of a side note on this, and it's about customizing resumes, because I know I get this question all the time. And I had, this one client, C-level executive, and every time she applied for a job, she wanted to come back, have it customized to the job she was looking for. And I said, what in here don't we have? Like we've done an exceptional job of showing who you are. And she kept thinking, well, I want these words and those words. I want to use the words they used and all this stuff. And I said, finally, let me do your favor. Let's settle the debate. I'm going to send this to another client of mine who's done recruiting for 25 years, expert in recruiting. And I sent her the job application and the resume. And I said, what do you think here isn't there? How would you change this? How would you customize it? And she said, nothing really, maybe use this word or whatever. She said, but I do want to tell you that when I see resumes that are too custom to the job application I see, what that says to me is this person's just blowing smoke up my butt. These people are just telling me what I want to hear and not really telling me what they're good at. Do you know what I mean? So be careful of falling into that pitfall of trying to make it so much like what they're looking for. You're doing this song and dance like me, and you're not being genuine. You're losing your credibility. You're losing your, like what makes you you. So I would just say, personally, like in the way that I do a resume, I've got, my top bullets instead of a paragraph summary. I like bullets. I like everything in bullets because like he said, 20 seconds. Nobody's reading your paragraph in 20 seconds. I promise you that.
10 seconds.
Promise you. So bullets, never let a bullet wrap. If people can only absorb things in small snippets, I always say you have to feed people your resume one bite at a time, and you have to sing the airplane song on the way in. You're gonna love it because again, your people are reading this that don't really want to read this. This isn't enjoyable reading. So get to the point. There's a thing I like to call glanceability, and I was listening to you as you were talking about it. Make sure that resume is glanceable. And what that means is that every job, every company is in the same font and header and size and style and bold or whatever. Every job title you've held is in a different but same font, title, italics, whatever it is. Just maintain consistency so that as I'm looking at it, those top bullets suck me in because they're interesting and they're different and they're concise and dynamic and they'll get punched in the nose. And then the other ones, they're just going to glance down at, and you better make sure that's easy to see. Don't make them dig for it. Everything you do, write it for the reader, not for what you want to say. Think about what that reader needs to hear. And that's a real skill. So make sure that you're really keeping those things in mind. And that's my part on AI.
Amen.
I feel like there's a lot of advice already being shared. I would only want to echo on what you just said, which is AI is powerful, but it is as powerful as you allow it to be. If you put in garbage, you will receive garbage. One of the things that I heard recently that I really like is it has never been easier to be average. So AI is very powerful, but instead of just saying, write me a resume, you have to think about like, what kind of profile you want to paint. And then this is what I target. This is what I have. And then how do I come in? How do I build my remarkability through this? Like work with AI as a person, as a real assistant, instead of just think of it as a worker and say, hey, give me this, give me that. It will give you garbage. That's it. So yeah, it has never been easier to be average, and don't be average.
That was awesome. Both of you. Absolutely. 100%. I'm going to get canceled because in a couple of years, when the robots take over and they see this, they're gonna come for me. But I am not a fan of AI. It uses a ton of energy. It is used for a lot of totally flippant, unnecessary tasks, in my view. I think there's amazing applications when you put it into like drug development, things that take an enormous amount of time and brain power that we can really be like leveraging for new novel solutions to real world problems. Absolutely, we should be putting it full force towards that. Do I need more spam email marketing flying at me every time I open my phone because AI has enabled it? No, I do not. Do we need to take the, the cost for that as a society? I don't, I argued.
Cold email campaigns are plummeting in effectiveness now too, because of the oversaturation of personalized AI written email. So 100%.
I'm seeing it on LinkedIn as
Yeah.
well. It's very clear and obvious, right?
Yeah.
So a cornerstone for me, just if you can't tell from the name April Starlight already, right? But like individuality, authenticity, nobody can be you aside from yourself. Everybody can be ChatGPT, right? To your point. So I think part of your question was how
How are you using it? How are you recommending your clients use it?
yeah. So unfortunately, every recruiting tool has felt pressured by the market to bring in AI features, right? LinkedIn has thrown these at us. They only turned the ability for us to turn it off recently. Like it would automatically write garbage for us. Like I guarantee you that if I sent you an outreach that was written by their built-in tool, you would be mad at me. You would think I am a bad recruiter. And I had to manually, like I don't have a robot on my side to delete it, right? But when I look at it from a perspective of a business owner, AI would enable me to bring anybody, like if I could just raise your hand if you want to come work at my company, and then I could sit you down and AI could do like a baseline job, right? Where you wouldn't have to be trained. And so what I think AI enables for many companies that are not in these niche research areas is it enables you to go from 0 to 1, right? Like you don't know how to make a video outline or whatever it was that you said, right? You can use this tool for something that's out of your area of specialization. What it does not enable you to get is from 90 to 100. And that's really when you're trying to be your authentic self out in the world and bring your unique offering that no one else can bring. That's really what you're looking to do, is level up your own personal skills. And that's what AI will never be able to do for you. So I actually think we're going to have a renaissance of in-person meeting, because the more and more that we have deep fake videos, the more and more that content is made by AI, we're just not going to know, or even these robocallers, right? Has anybody received a call from someone that sounded like they were like taking breaths on the phone and pausing, and you realize it's a robot, like there's little tells, and right? So what is going to become more valuable than anything is, hey, I met this person, we made eye contact, like they were breathing and alive, right? I can vouch for that. I think it's actually going to bring more value to recruitment of like, I have worked with this person, they're real. None of this is fraudulent. So that's my hot take on it. I think that we're in a time right now where all industry is basically trying to figure out what their workflow is going to look like as AI gets brought more into the fold, which pieces are going to need to be done, which pieces will be automated. And it's sort of up in the air right now. It's sort of a guessing game. So everyone here is a living person looking for a real way to make a living and focus on the things that you can do that are outside of AI.
Well said. I'd have to agree with everyone, actually. These were really great points. And when I think about AI, it's here to stay. That's a truth. That's a matter of fact. How we leverage AI is the next question. whether for good or for bad. It's just a tool that we created, and now it's here to stay, and we're living alongside. And based off these points on the career development side, the resumes, etc., all these nuances, I think it does help you to go from 0 to 1. You can have your own career coach as best as you can prompt it. So if you don't know what to prompt it and how to visualize your resume in such a formatting that is visually appealing, then you will never know. But how do you get those prompts? You can actually ask ChatGPT, what should I be asking here as well? So ask you those questions so you can give it input. Just saying. But one thing that I don't think AI will ever take, going back to what you said, April, is like personal branding skills, these things, human connection, that like everyone in this building right here, this is a different level of connection. We can say we weren't in a Zoom meeting, we can say hi to each other, right? And just be like, hey, you were there too. Hey, yeah, this is awesome. And just leverage from there. And I think I overheard at the front desk, someone got a job because they attended this event. So amazing. Awesome. Thanks for organizing.
All right.
Yeah. So I think it's going back to basics on people that are getting the opportunities, people that are actually physically showing up right here and having that genuine connection and that passion, right? That shows. That's something that AI will almost never be able to replicate, right? Or at least a very long time, I think, right? That human to human interaction. So yeah, it's ultimately just a tool. How you leverage it is up to you.
Awesome.
Awesome. Again, I'm the caboose. So let's see. I would like to speak from my experience as a recruiter and speak about, put it simply. So what happens after you submit the resume and you get a interview? And who is that person typically who does an interview? Person who does an interview. A human, typically. You will talk to at least one human, maybe probably multiple humans in the process. So if you started the process by asking AI to help construct the resume, where in which that then you have to communicate your experience to a human based off of something that was written by the AI, how prepared are you? Writing a resume prepares you for the whole rest of your process. So those bullet points that you were speaking to, your name again? Monica is exactly right. Those bullet points at the top. Hit those bullet points at the top because those bullet points are exactly what you do when you do your personal pitch. When you get asked the first question, tell me more about your background and experience. It's the first question. It's the first question, right? How are you going to speak to that if it was written by AI? Now, granted, AI can help you along the way, but it needs to come from you. In the previous panel, we heard something of advice around communication. In the world of AI, with deep fake and everything that is going on, your authentic expression of your own communication around how you communicate about yourself, your values, your skill sets, and the way in which that you come across is going to become even more crucial. So my perspective on this is do not use AI to write your resume. Okay? Don't do it. It's personalized. It needs to be personalized and needs to be hit. Okay? So that's my first hot take on this, because you are going to communicate with humans. The second thing is that there is a lot of noise out there. A lot of different tools, a lot of different job seeker tools, blah, 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 blah. A lot of GPT wrappers as well added to these different tools. Use the tools for how they can support you. For example, hunter.co, HUNTR.co. Does anyone know hunter.co in the audience? All right. Oh, you're a recruiter. Okay. Great. Hunter.co. and I don't work for hunter.co. I just really appreciate the agentic workflow that they have, which is essentially moving your box from one Kanban board, essentially, and a workflow of how to be able to organize your job search process. So hunter.co, really great for organizing the job search process and having that order around how you go about it, right? You can add in your job, you can add in who your contacts are within like that job that you know about. It's like the next version of, essentially, I always use trackers in Google Sheets, but this is really taking it to the next step. Now, hunter.co has a bunch of AI tooling within it as well to be able to craft your resume and create your cover letter and everything like that. I'll wrap up here in a second. Don't use those tools. They're not there yet. Okay, they're not there yet. Again, just summarize, resume, write yourself, because then you're gonna have to speak about yourself in the process. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hallelujah to that.
So now I just want to see if there are any questions from the audience. Great. And you can just direct it at one person. I don't know if we have time to go through all the panelists right now. We can just kind of do a jump ball for these.
This would be a question really based for the people who are reading resumes. So as somebody who is considering transitioning out of tech, I'm a quality assurance engineer. Assuming I could get my skills in a way that you could explain them, it's like, how am I going to explain my job title? Quality engineer, quality engineer, quality engineer. Part one of the question. Part two of the question is, y'all talking about 20 seconds. Do you look at the cover letter at all? Or has that just been a giant waste of my whole entire career writing them?
I'll go ahead and speak to the first part of that is, what you'll find is that you're not just a quality engineer. Like, what do you do day to day? Are you a writer, an editor? Are you a leader, a mentor, a manager? Are you know what I'm saying? There's the pitfall there is really your own narrow thinking of like, I'm a quality engineer, because there's really many things in that.
Like, because somebody's going to read that, I might be able to explain all of the things, but they're going to read the titles. How am I going to get them to make the leap into this new title that I'm looking for?
Right. Well, so again, the first bullet, as usually like, and again, everybody's a little different. Like some people, they just want something new. They don't know what. There's other people who know they want something else, but they know exactly what that is. And so again, everybody's different, but for example, like with the military ones, it's like, so such and such military professional now transitioning to corporate roles. If I wanted, I could have said, such and such professional now transitioning into sales roles or transitioning into one of my examples I have is somebody who's now wanting to transition into management. They've had enough of their experience in lower level roles and they want, so right up front, we say so-and-so, professional. A lot of times I just use the word professional because remember, there's times I'm trying not to pigeonhole people. So there's many times I'm either writing it very broad, and there's other times I'm writing it very specific. And again, that's just depending on each person. But yeah, so, I would, all right, thanks.
And the cover letter, please.
Well,
I'm curious about that too.
I just clarify
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
real quick. Let me just clarify something. So what I was saying about the 20 seconds is that in 20 seconds, I want to find a way to disqualify you. If I find something that's more interesting, then I'll read more. And that will then increase the amount of time that I spend on your resume. If I'm spending more than 2 minutes on the resume, I will then ask myself, why are you spending this amount of time on a resume? You didn't get the clear signal, and I will most likely reject. So that's my own personal way of like time saving and really being able to qualify. So I just wanted to mention that.
Awesome. I'll take the cover letter piece. It's a real mixed bag on cover letters. I have worked with clients, hiring teams. They absolutely want to see that cover letter. And a good large chunk of them that feel that it's a waste of time. And what I've been told is any time I spend on the cover letter is time stolen off the resume. So I don't typically recommend a cover letter. There's 3 reasons why I would say, yes, take the time to write the cover letter. One is if there's some sort of special interest, right? I did a couple-year contract with Crunchyroll, And they loved anybody who had a special interest with anime. Okay, so in those cases, or if you had just any connection to Japanese language or culture. So in that circumstance, the cover letter was incredibly valuable because you may be a quality engineer. We have no way of knowing that you did a study abroad in Japan without that cover letter. The second reason is if you're applying within, for example, like a mission-driven company, like going back to sustainability and that kind of thing, it gives you the opportunity to express your passion or why you would be applying within this industry if it's, again, not going to be shown on the resume. And the third reason that I would say to include a cover letter is if you are going through a career transition. This is your time to explain briefly, because we do have professional ADD, right? What you've done before, why you're going for a different role, and how what you've done before is going to make you successful in a way that other applicants may not be, because you bring this fresh perspective, you have these transferable skills, and PS, I love this company, right?
Okay, we just one more response, and then I want to take one more question from the audience, and I think we've got the mic here, and then we unfortunately do have to wrap up for the trades. We'll take a 10, 15-minute break before we do the trades panel.
Okay, I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to speak to cover letter really quick. As a recruiter working for, top tech companies, I'd say it's really case by case, but we don't really look at it. Yeah, like only mission-driven companies like that for sure. But if you think about what a cover letter is, you're covering, right? It's the icing on the cake versus the cake is the resume. Am I gonna accept you into my company if you have an awesome cover letter but no experience? No. Right? So, and for your first, I would look at, you said quality engineer assurance. You look at the role that you're at and the role that you're trying to go into and look at overlapping experiences, right? If you're trying to go into management, what are some things that you've led 0 to 1, any cross-functional teammates that you've fostered their growth and mentored? That's going to be like front and center on your resume. So that's going to help you say like, oh, okay, like she's qualified for this role without even saying that.
I'll be quick on a cover letter. Two things. If you are applying for a more senior or executive role, put that in because they definitely will look at that. And second, don't look at it as should I do this or not. I look at it from the perspective of I do everything instead of the minimum, right?
I was thinking more if you're only taking 20 seconds to review something and I've spent an hour agonizing over a cover letter, it's like because I had to, because it's like it required. So like, how are you balancing asking people for all of this data when you know your goal is actually to rule people out versus bring them in? So it's just an interesting perspective. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, one more question, Jacques?
We have
Or
someone who's watching the live stream.
okay,
first.
All right, let's take it. And if we can just take one answer from the panel, whoever catches the jump off.
So this individual has been watching all of your answers very carefully, and he said, I agree that AI makes your resume versus generic, but my understanding is that you won't get through the first pass these days because AI is going to scan your resume first. So how do I balance these two things? And then after listening to all of your responses, he said, ARG. They are all assuming that actual humans will read your CV cover letter and that just isn't the case unless you get through all the AI filters. He feels very strongly about like understanding. And I think this is just from someone who has been in the job market. He's been looking for a job for the past year in tech and wanting to understand all of the specifics.
I'd love to answer this.
Go for it. Ryan.
So one point that no one's brought up yet actually is we're so nitpicky on the resume, whether to use AI or not. No one's asking, how do I get my resume in front of the right people? No one asked that. And that's the key. You can have slightly, off accomplishments, etc. But if you're not giving your resume to the right person and networking with the recruiter or hiring manager, it's never going to be seen. All the things that we just talked about, whoever has the most optimized resume actually doesn't matter if it doesn't get seen. You could be applicant 999 and I'll stop reading at 900 and you just wasted all that time and money. But if you have a decent resume that fits most of the criteria and you know the hiring manager and you networked to get to the founder or director or whoever's decision maker, that's the key. And you can leverage AI to get there if you know how to use platforms like LinkedIn to filter out who is the decision maker, right? So I think that's the main takeaway from that.
Great advice. Okay, Jacques?
Okay. This question is for Chris, and Ha had mentioned, during your career changes and pivots, it requires a lot of strength and fortitude. But I derive that strength from a strong sense of purpose, which you talked about. And I'm curious, with all of your life changes and life events, what would you say to someone who's trying to find their purpose or kind of construct that?
Wow. Wow, that's a topic all in itself, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
But
You got 30 seconds.
that's a different conference. But I think
30
right,
seconds.
but bring it back to the way that this panel actually started, which was by meditation. And I would say, today, because meditation, I guess, got an interesting, like strange, like, oh, is that some new age, foo-foo thing, whatever, at some point people are like meditation. So like when we bring meditation into the schools, and I've been trained and certified to bring meditation to kids, anywhere from 1st through 8th grade right now. And so that's, we call it mindfulness. So mindfulness, but basically it's meditation, right? So if you can learn meditation, you can learn to calm yourself. You can go inside. We know everything we need to know. We're connected. We're as connected as everything else in this life. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the planet, the animals, like all of it. We're all part of the same thing, right? All of this infinite intelligence, when we talk about intelligence and you look at the metaphysics of how this whole thing even exists, is so astronomically unbelievable that it's impossible not to understand that there's an innate intelligence to all of it. And you're part of that intelligence. And when we can stop and quiet this thinker long enough to go inside and connect with that intelligence, it's amazing what can happen. And from that place, what I found is a centeredness, a groundedness, and a balanced place in my life. So I don't want to get out of my house in the morning until I've sat on my cushion and done my meditation. Meditation then becomes the cornerstone or the foundation of my day. And then it carries out through everything else that I do. So there's no longer like if you're on the cushion, you're meditating, but if I'm walking, I'm not meditating. Meditating is always happening. This right here, this is a panel meditation I'm doing, right? So everything becomes mindfulness. Everything that comes out of your mouth becomes mindful. The people that you meet and you speak with them, you're going to leave an impression on them. If you're being fully present with them, they're going to get exactly who you are. Even in a brief 30-second, I've had people remember me a year later and run into me and know exactly what we talked about in a conversation a year before. And we only talked for a minute. Because we were present, I was listening, and you leave that impression. If you go inside and you find that foundation within yourself and you find that innate intelligence within you, you will find your purpose and you'll connect with that. And from that place, you come out into the world. So you go in and you come out, and you go in and you come out. And it's just a lifelong process, and you get better and better and better and better at it. And then you have more and more and more gifts to share, because I have no doubt that every single person in this room is infinitely abundant with what it is that they're here to bring. And it just depends on what you want to cultivate in your garden.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much to this wonderful panel. Really appreciate all of your insights and mindfulness. So with that said, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then Jessica Pesico from our Workforce Development DAO will moderate the panel on, is it time to consider trades? Thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much. Thank you. That was awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
More than the greatest love the world has known. This is the love that I give to you alone. More than the simple words I try to say. I only live to love you more each day. More than you'll ever know, my arms long to hold you, so my life will be in your keeping, waking, sleeping, laughing, weeping, longer than always is a long, long time. But far beyond forever, you'll be mine. I know I never lived before, and my heart is very sure no one else could love you more than the greatest love the world has known. This is the love that I give to you alone. More than the simple words I try to say I only live to love you more each day. More than you'll ever know, my arms got to hold your soul. My life will be in your keeping, waking, sleeping, laughing, weeping. Longer than always is a long, long time. But far beyond forever, you'll be mine. I know I never lived before, and my heart is very sure no one else could love you. Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me.
It's going. Yeah. There's been about 11 people consistently.
That's good.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Except for my camera keeps overheating.
Yeah.
Turn it off.
Oh, nice. I like that. Glad to see, okay,
Down to
5
5
people.
right now during the break. Yeah, we were up to like 11, 12.
Oh, that's awesome. I like hearing that, yeah. Me too. Yeah.
Are you connected? You said your friend invited you? Yeah, so Jessica, she basically hosts events like a lot of tech. So I'm really tech. Yeah, so I met her. You work with them. I know. Right now I'm working like a man. That's cool. Yeah, no, they just needed an audio person. This is pretty cool. Like I was throughout the ad and something like this place. I know I go to the same place. Like damn, I'm a chemist. I don't really remember the address, but I do where it's. So what's that coming? After this looks like chemistry. I was like, I remember like yeah. Passing said like yeah, yeah. So they started. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so I'm here to just, they hired me to do sound, and then gotta get everything back set up. Yeah, that's okay. They didn't change. Same stuff. Yeah, yeah, but the stage stuff I have to fix. Just the sound stuff, yeah. What do you do? Okay, man. Yeah, I do AV. Video conferencing. Yeah, we're trying to get into yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it's tough. We're trying to get into yeah. Very good. That's something like that. Every engineer wants to get into. Yeah, I'm a contractor, not a. I'll meet you right now. I got it's a contracting company called Tesla. Yeah, I got laid off from Tesla. 6 years. Well then, yeah, I mean, it seems like they've been talking a lot about. Like yeah, like moving to the second. Yeah. Yeah, Jessica.
He's the one on stage right there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And she was not a city. So I've been doing but that's what I've been doing. When I was laid off. Getting to know people and getting find a job. But yeah, she's really cool. She actually interviews me. It's good. I mean, that's already the same now.
Great. Yeah. Yeah.
Most of them are actually for a while. Now the AI is relying on
Yeah.
When did you start?
I mean, at Canvas, I started 2020, but I've been doing worship for very long. So I was like 15.
Yeah. You're wasting.
Yeah. So been. I got a lot of experience.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Are you part of like the movie group?
I'm no, I'm not really.
Can you give me a 2-minute warning?
You ready?
2-minute warning.
We'll get started in about 2 minutes. Anyone is going to get into the trade. It's a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, parking, so it helps them prepare mentally.
Oh, wait. I have a.
Oh. No, but I've been trying to do the sports group. Try to go into one of their activities. There's a sports group that meets every month. They just did basketball. They have football coming out. So I'm in that group.
Yeah, I'll join that group. I was thinking of like, maybe do something. Yeah, that's fine. I have some good grades in the past. Oh, where do you play that basketball?
Oh, I don't. I'm just that's just a group in the church that we do. I don't really not active like playing basketball.
I mean, yeah, where did you guys went to go play basketball?
Yeah, I wasn't there, but yeah, I'm a part of that group. I'm signed up for that group. I haven't been able to make it.
They have a hiking.
There's a hiking group. Yeah.
Oh, I said, baby, never let me be alone. And then you hold me tight. You make me feel alright. Yes, when you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Woman, can't you see? Don't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling, calling. Can't you see? Why won't you believe me?
All right. Guys, we're about to start soon.
If your name is Morgan, Ricky, Lanchi, if I mispronounce her name, I'm sorry. Mark, you're here. Nick, if you're here. And Tina, if you're here.
Mark, Daniel, but. You guys do.
Cabinet.
Nice, man. Done a lot of work for guys like you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you guys finished them in shop, but
We have a finishing crew,
yeah.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Yeah,
Great. Mark. Nice to meet you.
All right, Rick, Daniel, pleasure. All right, Morgan, Rick, good to meet you.
How you doing there, young man? You're not with the cameras for kids, are you?
Sit right there.
Oh, you're older. You're older than you
Not
look.
about 22. I am pretty young, but not that young.
Everyone get a seat. We'll get started when more people are sit down. I have one mic. You take that one. Oh, yeah, because someone, yeah, set me up, please. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So just put this on the back of your neck.
Okay.
We can get something. Right, yeah, right. Give it a project.
Sub it all out.
Yep.
Well, yeah, we don't want that.
Maybe you might need.
And then- Whenever you can, not now.
Might need a private.
Oh,
Develop a contract, get up out of some of the like it's when you're doing a craft deal.
No power.
Out there by the bay.
Just wait, please.
All of that, all that land they've been
A lot
buying.
of mission bags, get that up, it must work out.
Oh, yeah.
They can work out. They can do it.
Yeah. As long as they provide good revenue up front.
Yeah. They gotta take on borrow money for.
That's good. As long as they don't want a bunch of paperwork.
Do I do both? Mike and this?
They kill me with the paperwork.
Hello, hello,
It's been down here.
hello.
Yeah, it's down here.
But can I still do that so that way my YouTube can catch it?
They'll still catch. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it'll still
in your
catch
house.
it on the live stream.
You know what I mean?
But my YouTube is different than that.
Yeah, none of the mics are gonna go to that. It'll still just pick up the random.
Okay, so I'll still do this then.
But you can strap this pocket. And
Okay.
then, and that's the one.
Strap it to my pocket.
Oakland got me good. I've been pulling permits. They're all.
All right, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Here you go. Hold on. Oh, okay, you can hear me. That's cool. All right. Okay. Can you press share? Can you fix it so that it's tilt? Yep. So you can see all the panelists. It's got to be this way. Cool. Yep. Can you hear me? You gotta be able to see Tina. Yep. Cool. All right. All right. All right. All right. Like Matthew McConaughey says, right? All right. I'm Jessica, and I'm just gonna have everybody say their name and where they're from, and then we're gonna go into the structure of the panel. So quickly. All right.
Lanchi fam, San Jose.
Use your mic.
Lanchi fam, San Jose.
I want everybody to put their mic near their mouth. You go.
I'm Ricky Dunbar. I'm
from Oakland.
I'm Morgan Haynes. I'm from Santa Cruz.
What organization are you from?
I'm a business owner out of Oakland, electrician.
Okay.
And I'm a business owner of Haynes Custom Coatings, painting contractor.
Yeah, Daniel from Mission Hiring Hall here in San Francisco. I'm a senior workforce development advisor for Mission Hiring.
Mark Brown.
Mark Brown, custom cabinet maker, Hayward. Been in the Bay Area since 1994.
Tina Hannon, San Francisco Department of Public Health.
All right. So this is how we're going to do the structure of this panel. Okay. As you can see, we got 6 people on a panel and we got about an hour. Okay. So that means each person is going to get 10 minutes. So what we're going to do is I'm going to interview him for 8 minutes, for example. He's going to start, or whoever is comfortable starting, raise your hand. All right. Just like we're in kindergarten.
Because I have to leave at 4 o'clock sharp.
Cool. All right. He's going to start first. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have 2 minutes for the audience. All right. And then we're going to go to the next person. They're going to talk for an interview for 8 minutes, audience for 2 minutes. Now you're wondering, how am I going to keep track? I have my own timer up here. So everybody's going to be on the clock. All right. Just like you're at work, except this is fun, right? Oh, wait, we love work. Oh, right. That's why we're here. All right. So allow me to start. All right. Chief, since you're brave. All right. If you want to hand him the mic. All right. And all we're going to do is kind of ask you some sort of basic questions. All right. Let's go. First one. Please describe your business and the training to get into your business.
Hello, I am Lindsay Pham, based out of Local 393 in San Jose. We serve the Santa Clara and San Bernardino counties, plumbing, pipe fitting, steam fitting, and HVAC. To get in, take an exam, pass with 70%, 75% or better, get put on the list, and get called out to work in order of your test score. They'll do an interview. If you're an HVAC contractor and you plan to become an HVAC apprentice, you must solicit your own work and get the sponsorship for your apprenticeship. The apprenticeship is 5 years long.
When you say you got to do the training and the apprenticeship, how long is each one of those things? How long is the training and how long is the apprenticeship if you wanted to be, let's say, a pipe fitter or do
Apprenticeship
HVAC?
is the training. So there's 5 years, work 40 hours a week. Once you're accepted, it take about 15 to 30 people. For reference, there's about 1,000 people who apply per year, although the number is increasing.
That's
8
good.
hours a day. On fall and spring semesters, 2 semesters a year, and summer is free, except if you want to take extra classes. You have nighttime classes, either Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday, Tuesday, Thursday. 3 hours from 5 to 8. So the typical day is 6 to 2, a break, then 5 to 8, and then the next work day.
So is your training set up like you have classwork and then you have to go to certain days where you have to do, like, we in healthcare, we have clinicals, right? Do you guys have that? Or is it more of like, hey, these days are set for in-class training and these ones are set for on the job? How does that work?
There isn't a set on the job or class day training. There are certain classes. So for example, an advanced drawing class, working with Bluebeam, Revit, and AutoCAD. However, you will learn what you need to learn throughout the work day. So as an apprentice, you might start sweeping, you might start laying, you might start getting material, you might start moving things around, and you might get into burning pipe, to brazing, all that sort of things. So it's actually it's not linear for everybody. It's not the same for everybody. What you learn in class is going to be the same, but the job, it all depends on which company you go to, what they want you to do.
So how old do you need to be to start the training?
You have to be 18 years old to start. You can apply at 16 years old, but you have to have a letter from your high school approving of the training. And you must have a date for your graduation. You cannot be dispatched until you're 18 years old.
And I know you were talking before about some of the perks of this training. You want to tell them what the perks are? How there's what? no cost and they
There's no
get paid?
tuition. Absolutely no tuition, no debt. You start at 35 an hour and you end at around 76 an hour, including benefits. You start getting healthcare around 6 months in.
Wait, how much do you end with?
76 an hour.
76. You heard that. That's pretty good, right?
Foremen make 12% more and general foremen make, I believe, 20% more. Superintendents and inspectors and detailers usually make foreman wage. But there's absolutely no debt, absolutely no training costs, no book costs. I have not paid a cent for my training. You just have to get in, and there's healthcare, no premiums for healthcare, fantastic healthcare. You get a health savings account, you get a pension and a 401k.
Now, let's say you wanted to branch off. You wanted to, do your union job. Could you also pick up additional side work as an independent contractor where you're, getting your own clients?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So you would make, and there wouldn't be any conflict of interest, right?
Not unless you quit the union entirely and go on your own. That's when it becomes a conflict of interest. But if you're doing it at the same time, there's not too much of an issue.
Okay. And so how many hours a week would you need to, work for the union or?
So normal work week is about 40 hours a week. In order to get your raise every 6 months, you have to complete the 6 months. You have to get 880 hours for 6 months and you have to complete the semester with a passing grade.
So how do people find apprenticeships? Do you guys link them up or do they have to do this on their own?
It depends. A lot of different unions have different apprenticeships. There's electrical, there's cement masonry, there's all sorts of things. This one, you just go to the website and apply. The application used to be once a year. Now they're all year round. It all depends on the specific local, specific union, all that. So there's a good website called calapprenticeship.org, I believe, and it covers the entire trades apprenticeships of California.
All right. So calapprenticeship.org. Go there if you want to go for his job. Okay. Pipe fitters. All right. So then, what's the day-to-day like when you're actually on the field after your apprenticeship?
During apprenticeship and after apprenticeship depends. As an apprentice, you can't work alone until you reach 4th year, then you can work alone. But everything is different every single day. Right now, I'm working in NVIDIA. We are working on the buildings for their data centers, the various AI tools, all sorts of things. We're working on CD lines for the employees there. So, for example, I might wake up at 3 a.m., go to the gym. I go to work. I drive to work. The commute is usually 20 minutes, but it could be all over the Bay Area. So I have worked in Hollister. The commute was about 50 minutes. Also worked 5 minutes away from my house. So it's completely, it all depends where you're sent. I'll get my tools ready. We start at 6 sharp. If you're on time, you're late. And you'll usually do a safety meeting, stretch and flex, and then you get to work. The foreman will usually give you your assignment for the day, or if you already know what it is for the entire day, then you go ahead and do it.
If they wanted to figure out how to get more money or get in touch with somebody at their union to try to convince them to increase the wages, what kind of department would they have to contact in order to do that? Or what kind of person?
So the contract is renegotiated every 3 years.
Okay.
I believe every 3 years or every 5 years. I'm not entirely sure. But that is taken up with the business managers and the business agents who you can talk to personally, or you can set a motion during the union meetings.
Okay. And can you tell me about what other kind of, I know you said you do HVAC and you also do pipe fitting. What other kind of certifications do you do?
So certifications are a little difficult to define because some of them is plumbing, obviously. You get a license to do plumbing, you get a license at the end of the apprenticeship.
Who is the license through?
I believe the state of California.
State of California, which department? Do you know the department by?
I'm not entirely sure, no.
Do you know the department? CSW, okay.
All right.
All right. So look there, guys. All right. And any finishing thoughts that you want to talk about before your time's up?
It's a fantastic career choice. I would recommend to anybody who is physically inclined and likes to work with their hands.
All right. I like that. So we didn't even finish the 8 minutes. We got 30 seconds left and I love that. So now we're going to get questions for 2 minutes. Okay. Anyone questions right there? It's just doing the whole Ellen DeGeneres thing.
Thanks.
before she was canceled.
Do you provide your own tools?
No. They provide all tools for you. You're not allowed to have your own tools. They're all tools for you. You go to the job site and provide a bucket of tools for you as well as all power tools.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really nice. Uh, you actually have a question. Go in the back.
Do people get injured on the job? And if so, what kind of protections or benefits they have to take care of them while they're injured?
So it depends on the company especially, but you do get protection as a worker by OSHA. There have been injuries on the job. You're always taught safety from day one. It's very important to take care of your body. That's why we stretch and flex. That's why we always go to safety meetings. It's essential.
That's really good. Do people get paid for the mileage that, in between going to different work sites?
It depends.
Okay.
If you are a foreman, for example, the truck, very often you'll get paid mileage for your gas and everything. You get a company card for that. For example, I had to go to San Leandro for training, for iPad training, as I've been trained up to become a foreman. So I was given gas reimbursement in order to travel to San Leandro during the workday. But it depends on the company. It depends on the apprentice. It all depends.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm gonna stop right there and we're gonna do the next person. And you want to hand him the mic and then just remind us what your name was again?
My name is Ricky Dunbar.
All right, Ricky. So we're gonna ask him similar questions because I know you do Rick's Enterprise Electric, right?
Yes.
Okay. You want to scoot off this side then? Okay. You're welcome. So I want to ask you about the training.
Okay, first I have two businesses. I have one is Rick's Enterprise Electric and also one is Dunbar Family Electric Incorporation. The reason for two licenses, one is a corporation and it protects protects me when I'm dealing with newer clients. My older clients I operate under my original license. So I had an option to split them up. I'm also a certifier and a qualifier. We call them qualifiers so that they can take the test with the California State License Board.
So let's talk about your being an electrician first.
Being an electrician.
Okay.
I started out in 2007 as doing handyman things and all that, trying to find out what I wanted to do. And I'm telling you, it was quite an adventure. It was, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot in training with working for on different sites and stuff like that to find out what hands-on, because I needed to make money as well. It wasn't just trying to get training, it was trying to get money, trying to live.
Right.
And
So let's talk about how people can be an electrician. So yes.
Through it.
All right, let's do it.
It's not just pinpoint on that. You just go to some type of programming mindset thing. No, what best way to do it is you need to get and start working in construction. Because all of these jobs that we're doing start with construction. And then you find where you want to be, what you want to do. And then you'll learn how to do what it is that you see others doing. And you have to be motivated. And so what I got motivated into electrical, and I said that's what I wanted. So I started to pursue it. I started doing it on a handyman level. I started going on Craigslist and stuff like that, putting myself out there to do things that I had learned. And as I began the thing began to pick up real fast. I went from $40,000 a year to $100,000 a year within 2 years.
What places can they go to get training for?
You can go if you want to try to do it training wise that. They have institutions like Laney College or one of those community colleges, and they have a 6-month program, but that's just the beginning. That's not even it. Trust me, they cannot teach you that electrical. You have to learn that in the field.
Yeah.
That what they teaching you is not certifying you, it's not doing, it's just getting you friendly to electrical, getting you friendly. To get a relationship with electrical, you have to get in the business. And don't let nobody tell you otherwise. And you have to have work with someone who knows what they're doing. And then it began to rub off on you, begin to understand. Because when I went and took the test for my license, it was not easy. And it was just fortunate had been several years in the trade before I went to get the license. And the license is everything. It went from 100,000 to 600,000. So it's a lot of money involved in electrical, a lot of money. And you make like sometimes $2 to $3, $4, $5, even $11,000 a day within hours. But you just gotta know what you're doing. You gotta also sell yourself. You gotta know how to sell yourself.
You were talking about getting job training and you're talking about kind of apprenticeships. So where can you find an apprenticeship?
Well, like with me, I have guys that I have certified. They have apprenticing up under me. And what I do is if they don't have to have tools. I have supplies, all types of materials, tools I have tools for every trade, not just for electrical. Because you're in the business of making money. First of all, realize that you're in the business of making money. And you need to, as you grow, because if you're young, like me, I'm 64, be 65 in a few months. And you have to be, as you grow, if you're young, you can make millions.
Well, the thing is, I think it's more than just money, right? It's also about how to provide electricity in a safe and cool looking way, right? Because everybody wants to have a dope house, right? Everyone has a functional structure that really can stand and not have electrical blowouts or, something like that happen. That's in a real emergency, right? So it's how do we find a way to make money in a way that's actually meaningful?
Okay.
I love that.
When I walked in this room, I looked at the electrical setup here. I'm just attracted to it. Even the HVAC systems and all of that. I see the duct work, the ventilation, I see everything. When I walked into someone's house and they call me for a certain thing, they may call me for electrical troubleshooting. Troubleshooting if an electrician, he says electrician, if he cannot troubleshoot, he is not a very good electrician. He's supposed to know, once he knows that there's a problem here, he must know how to track that problem. He must know how to resolve that problem. And then he knows what the NEC says about certain panels and whatnot, and how to make recommendations, how to upgrade, how to make things safe. And he should know. And then he also has to know how to write his contracts. He has to know how to write his proposals. There's a lot of other things that go in, but the most important thing is a good electrician is a troubleshooter.
Yeah.
He can tell you exactly after he troubleshoots, after he pulls out his testers and whatnot, he can test everything and find out what the problem is and fix it.
So
There's not one problem that an electrician cannot fix when it comes to electrical.
is there somebody that regulates it to make sure that the quality is there?
The regulations comes from the city, the city building department. If you're doing inspections, but in most cases, just like going out I do inspections as an electrician. They'll call me and pay me to come out and do electrician. I've traveled all the way to Houston, Texas, and did inspections. And when I go, they'll pay for my airlines, and they'll pay me, several $1,000s to go and do it.
So how do you find clients? Like, I know you advertise.
Like I've been in for a few years. So now I've got repeat customers, and most of my clients, they don't have a problem with paying, but some do.
Yeah.
So the ones that do, I have payment plans. All that set up. So once a month, my money is constantly generating. I try not to turn anybody away. I try to fix everything. Sometimes I might get a little charitable and say, I'll just do it and just say, okay, I'll help you. I'll help you because you need it.
All right. So I want to put a pause there, and I want to open the floor up for 2 minutes of questions from the audience.
So as an entrepreneur, where did you learn about like S corps and how to register your company, and then also how to make contracts for your clients and how to charge and what your value was?
Being
Michael, closer.
being very attentive, being attentive to what the business world is all about. When I was taking my exams, or when I was speaking with other business owners and whatnot, and I wanted to know about the different corporations and whatnot. And I wanted to get a corporation started as well. So I drove over to Sacramento. And mind you, I already had my sole provider, which I use a lot. But I went to Sacramento and then they gave me a choice of what type of corporation I wanted. And then they told me the most likely choice for me would be the S. And then when I went before the bank, because I had to go to the bank, you have to go to the bank. You also have to put an advertisement online for 30 days it's like introducing yourself, and it's required. You have to know how to get your business up and running. And you have to also get the business license and all that. And with the sole provider, you don't need an EIN number. You already have it. It's your social security number. But with the corporation, I have to have that EIN number. So it's just, you learn stuff as you go. Just be attentive. The most important thing to get is that license. The license is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Sometimes you'll see people advertising just to use your license, but be careful because people will get you in big trouble. You have to be careful of people.
You mentioned that you could make millions as an electrician entrepreneur. How many years would it take to build up that business, and how many employees do you have? And how much does an employee
I know
make?
on
1 minute for response.
in most cases, what I have anywhere from 6 to 8 employees, 6 to 8. And they make in the range from $300-400 a day. And then I got one that makes like $800 a day. He's my foreman. He handles things when I'm not around. But we're constantly busy. We're 198 electricians short in just in California alone. Because there's so many retired, so many old guys have stepped out. Matter of fact, my mentor, he's retired, but he always checks in with me and sends me his clients. He also sends me stuff, crazy stuff because he's old now. But, I try to accommodate him because I love this guy. He was there for me.
That's good. That's good to have friendships like that.
Are you hiring, and what's the process?
What's the process is this? The process is this. I do all of my vetting. I do my vetting. I want guys that I encounter, I kind of like them and stuff, and I see that they got good work ethics. They want a job. They want to work. I'll do the rest. I provide the tools. I have the tools. I bring them to the job site. I introduce them to everything, get their names, the social security numbers and whatnot, get them on my paper. Once I get them on my paper, then I turn them loose.
All right.
And then hopefully, sometimes I'll go online and get the guys that have license that have no direction. Sometimes people have license, they don't even have direction. They don't even know how to run it. They don't have to start a business. They only have a license just to work for somebody else. I don't want the crumbs. I want the cake.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to the next person who's ready to talk. You want to go next? Okay, you're ready? All right. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
So yeah, I'm Morgan Haynes. I'm a painting contractor out of Santa Cruz, California. Second generation. My father was a painting contractor. And I specialize in high-end custom residential. I do a little bit of commercial. I keep my crew pretty small, between 2 and 3 guys. I plan to scale, but typically when I hire, I don't hire based off resumes. I hire based off of interview, and I see how much empathy and passion people have. Because you can't really train that.
So, speaking of training, is there a certain license or certification you need to be a painter?
No, not at all.
Okay. And is there like an apprenticeship associated with it?
If you want to go union, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I typically, like I say, if a guy is really driven,
Mhm.
I usually move them out of apprenticeship in about 3 years.
Hmm.
But some people it could take, I mean, by California state license board standards, 4 years is the experience you need to become a licensed contractor as a painting contractor.
Okay, so there is some type of license that you need to obtain.
Right,
And
right.
are how are the fees for that roughly?
The fees, I think getting my license was altogether, it was, I mean, under like $600. It was like
Okay.
$700, I think, actually. Yeah.
Couple years ago, some number of years ago?
Yeah, that was a year and a half ago.
Do you have to renew it each year or every couple
I
years?
think it's either every 2 or 5 years. I can't remember.
Okay. And if you go through a union, does your union cover that cost?
No.
No.
As far as I know, no, because union doesn't want people to go to get licensed.
What is the
No, they don't.
what is the benefit of having it union versus independent contractor in terms of painting?
In terms of painting, I mean, just like in general, like I'm not here to bash on unions. I think they're a little bit of bureaucracy. I'm not really for them. I mean, I like to know who's on my job sites. Like you were saying, like I vet anybody that's on my job site because we work with clients who have multi-million-dollar homes.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, I understand that union can take care of that as well, but you're a little bit more of a number. And there's a lot more margin for error when you have people on your job site that you don't know.
They also somebody could argue that, you know, the union does provide more representation in terms of job security.
Right.
And could also being an independent contractor also, if they work under your company per se, like what kind of job protections would they have if they were to screw up on a job or anything like that at your organization?
If someone's to like damage something, like it comes out of my pocket,
Yeah,
as the employer, I'm not going to make them liable for it. I'm the one who has the insurance and the bond, and I'm the one who's there to complete the job.
Also, when you're opening up a painting company, you have to have some type of insurance.
Yes.
Who do you get that insurance from?
I think mine is through Accord, I believe. It's just a big
basic.
insurance company. Yeah.
Okay, just look it up.
Yeah.
All right, okay. All right. And in terms of, so you know, you said you go to be an apprentice for 4 years if you're going to get your license for it. But how do you find work? I know you could advertise on social media, right? But let's say, you know, in nursing, we have, you know, recruiters, but we also have other organizations that we can be a part of to try to get jobs. Is there something similar for that for painters?
Well, I
Like
know
a network?
Yeah, I know Indeed is really big these days. And yeah, networks. There's a couple of different apps that are good for it. I mean, I'm old school. I'm like, I'll walk onto a job site, you know, like when I was working for other people, like that's how my dad ended up getting a lot of contracts with custom home builders is he'd walk onto a job site, he'd hand the general contractor a business card. And
Yeah.
And I mean, I'll be a little careful on like, I had somebody walk up to one of my job sites the other day and the dude looked really sketchy. He's like, hey, you guys need any help? And I, get clean first, you know?
How do you know what rates to say for doing a paint job?
As far as like a starting wage?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at my books and what it takes me. Like I can tell you exactly how much it cost me to paint 1 square foot of drywall, 1 linear foot of door trim, you know, and I base it all on, that's where I base my starting wages at. I hire people at $25 an hour, experience or not. And if you have experience and you show me that like you're worth more than $25 an hour. And the main thing is just showing up on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And me not catching you on your phone every 5 minutes. Like that's gonna get you a raise faster than being a rock star painter. You know, because I've seen it too many times where someone's got this ego and they're really good and then they're sitting there on their phone.
What are the health risks of being a painter?
I can tell you from firsthand experience after, you know, painting for years and like I typically would never wear a particle mask if I'm spraying outside. I had to have a procedure done on my nose because I got, they had to like go in and like cauterize the inside of it to open it back up because my nose basically shut from inhaling so much. And it's, you know, I mean, the VOCs are low these days, but it can be an issue. And then there's also, I mean, I don't know, my hands are just beat up because I'm working with hand tools all the time.
Right. So making sure that the quality of the paint is good.
Yeah.
So this is just a personal question, but what kind of paint would you want to use for your house? Because I know there's been a whole thing about lead and some of these paints and everything. So that could be really dangerous if you're trying to get a job as a painter, right? So what kind of,
Yeah, especially in
where do you
California.
buy it?
Yeah, especially in California. I mean, any paint store, you know, Sherwin
Okay.
Williams, Kelly Moore's out of business, but
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
Benjamin Moore, California's EPAs are pretty heavy.
Mhm.
So we have probably the most regulation in the country for our paint. And I have a joke. I say it's so healthy you could, it's so non-toxic you could basically drink it.
Yeah.
But after years and years and years of inhaling particles from spraying,
Mhm.
is what caused my nose to kind of swell up essentially.
Yeah, because like I was thinking about like the health insurance aspect of being a painter, and through your company, would they be able to get a good plan?
I'm not at that point yet. I would love to be.
Mm.
I'm just not quite there yet.
Okay.
Um,
And through a union, would they be able to get health insurance?
typically, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's like a draw, and then 401k?
Yeah. Once again, I'm not at that point yet. I would love to.
Yeah.
I've worked for an employer who had 401k and actually he had offered health insurance for $1 an hour off your pay, off your hourly. And 90% of the crew didn't want it. Why that is, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you would think that if there's health risks associated with being a painter, you know, you gotta get your nose done, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
would want to all come together so you can get a good insurance plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to add? You got 23 seconds left.
A very important asset to have if you're looking to get into construction is a vehicle. I'll put it out there right now because I've done multiple construction jobs and it's so important to have a vehicle because the job site always changes.
Can your company help you, or can you write it off on your taxes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah. I'll put ladder racks on your truck. Like as the employer, I'll do that because it helps me.
All right. So that was a great job, everybody. So we're going to do 2 minutes for questions now. All right. All right. And if you want a question, keep your hand raised so that way we can kind of know how many people there are so we can kind of shorten up the time. Make sure we get to everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Going.
How hard it is to get into electrician apprenticeship?
No, I'll talk about painting.
Oh, paint.
Talk about painting. We'll do it at the end. At the end for Ricky, okay? I know, he's a hot commodity. Yeah, I know.
Is it during
So painting questions.
yes, during the rainy season, if you paint outdoors, does that affect your productivity where you can't paint on certain days?
Typically, yeah. There's also materials that they make that are, quick drying and you can apply them in really low temperatures but yeah, it'll dim the amount of hours we can work in a day.
So you guys talk a lot about like unions and certs and all these things I haven't encountered, but say you wanted to go paint tomorrow, other than a truck, do you need something else or just like the will to work and come out?
Depends on your employer. I mean, like I tell employees I provide things for about the first month, like the hand tools you need, brushes, putty knives, scrapers. And then I usually tell people for about $200, you can get set up with everything you need. I provide everything else. I provide whites, all that. So
kind of the same question for him, but how did you figure out which kind of corporation you wanted to be? S corp.
So I talked to my CPA
Mhm.
before I had gotten licensed, and it all depends on the financial bracket that you're in starting out. It's not worthy of going into an S corp if you're only going to make $100,000 a year.
Okay. So one more question. Okay, we'll do because he's helping running this. Come on, guys. Not that we're biased here, but we
When
are
it
a little
comes
bit.
to the supplies that you have, are all your projects fairly uniform, or do you need to get like different things for different situations and all of that? And does that add to the cost of being able to do a project or eat into your profits?
You're, as far as like supplies, you mean like equipment or like actual like primers and paints and fillers and?
I guess it's kind of like both, right? There's the equipment that you have is supposed to last you a really, really long time, right? Or did you ever have to replace things pretty often?
One of the reasons I don't provide the quick $200, I mean, sometimes I will, depending on the case, but like I've had guys just absolutely ruin tools, and then like they'll show up for a month and then they'll stop coming and they'll take all those tools with them, you know? So like I've kind of experienced both. Sometimes if a guy's like really showing me he wants to, I'll put a little more money into it. If somebody doesn't really care, then, you know, they can thrash their own tools.
All right. So we're gonna go on to the next person who's ready. Okay, you want to talk, Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel from Mission Hiring Hall. So a little different, right? Change lanes for a second. Mission Hiring Hall is not a company that does construction. Mission Hiring Hall is a community-based nonprofit for over 50 years in the Mission District area and South Market in San Francisco. When we say community-based, we're looking at drawing from communities of color, typically diverse populations, immigrant populations, and providing job training to get into the labor market. And so that's been Mission Hiring Hall's principal calling for over 50 years.
What kind of job training do you offer?
Yeah, specifically, so we partner with OEWD, the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and large construction firms, major builders, Swinnerton, Bolt, Webcor, I could go on and on and on, but billion-dollar construction companies that also support the programming at Mission Hiring Hall. And we have a 20-year plus program called City Build. And City Build and City Build Pro. City Build is a pre-apprenticeship training program that typically gets people ready to go into local 261 laborers union.
What's that mean?
It's a laborers union. So, you know, how can I describe a laborers union?
Who do they represent? Let me ask you that.
What's that?
Who does 261 represent?
It's a local.
What kind of trade?
It's a local, is a laborers union here in San Francisco. So jobs that get bid out and hired into use local 261 to provide the labor or laborers. Now, labor specifically could be everything from excavation, trenching, rough framing. You might let you touch some concrete, flagging. So when you're going down the street, right, and there's people trying to make sure that you can get around traffic. You get traffic control. And so it's a point of departure and training. It's 18-week training in which people that want to pursue a career in construction start.
So at Mission Hiring Hall, it primarily trains you for jobs that are in the trades.
In the trades, and then we have a whole other section which I probably want to talk more about.
Yeah.
Because you got all the trades backed up here. Very good. Hats off to these guys. I think one thing, if anybody's interested in getting into construction and construction trades, talking with Eric, one of our organizer on the phone the other day, he said, "What would you say?" I said, "Get to the gym. These guys are athletes. You try to be a carpenter, do what these guys do into all kinds of spaces." What people don't realize, and one of the audience asked me at the break, what happens if I get injured? Gentleman asked, what happens if I get injured? Well, man, you got to get in some kind of shape and take care of your body and take care of your mind and have the right outlook. What was the first thing guys said? You guys got to show up on time. The best ability is availability. It starts there. You can't get yourself and life together to show up, clean, sober, focused. You can't move your body in a way to support getting up on a ladder.
Yeah.
And these guys both get up on ladders. You ever said go to your house and paint something sometime if you haven't already, and see how long your legs hold up on that ladder. Your calves start cramping when you come down the ladder. Guess what? You want to do construction? Get to the gym.
So at Mission Hiring Hall, do they provide on the job kind of training as well?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
so for the apprenticeship training it's There's lots of practical work. Our main training partner is City College of
What
San Francisco.
apprenticeships do they offer?
So apprenticeships typically up into the laborers union.
I mean, what type of trades? I know you said all types of trades, but if you want to be a painter or if you want to be
What will happen is they'll go through a general curriculum of construction, and if somebody has a good sense of rough carpentry, maybe they'll go out. Maybe they'll go out to local 22, the carpenters union.
Yeah.
Okay, or maybe somebody has some experience, maybe from their family, or has worked in the private space for construction, that has an aptitude for painting or has an interest.
Yeah.
We're talking about electrical, Mr. Dunbar here. Hey, that's a science. And all these guys do, all the contractors do one thing that I think needs to get addressed is they're fighting off any liability. People getting hurt, not having jobs, right. And so being skilled, being trained, and also just having a basic employability set that says, I know how to get to work.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the cats we deal with, they're getting their life together. I mean, everybody's been 20 years old once.
Yeah.
Right. And we didn't have it all together. You might have gone to Princeton or something, but you know what I mean? You're employable.
So in order for them, when they come into your site, okay, Mission Hiring Hall, do they have to pay you in order to learn?
Yeah, thank you. No, these programs are grants from the city of San Francisco to increase high sector demand jobs, and construction is a large high sector demand jobs.
Shout out to the city and county.
Yeah.
So do they have to fill out, like, what's the procedure or the process for going in there? Do they have to fill out forms and then like social security, drug tests, all that kind of stuff, or what?
Sure. So just like anything, there's a vetting process.
What's the vetting process?
Vetting process looks like, number one, we're going to go out and find you. In some cases, we're going to do recruitment throughout the city. We also have been around City Build for 20 years. So word of mouth, much like as business works, you get referrals and word of mouth. We have generational City Build participants, people that have their mom or dad got up in the union job, or even a private industry, but found a career. And hey, my son, John, we're going to get him going in the right direction too. Right. And so that's common. So yeah, we go find you or you find us, and there's an application process.
So for like somebody who's homeless or has substance use problems and is trying to recover, this might going to Mission Hiring Hall might be a good idea for them, because that could kind of help them get back into the workforce, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, again, the philosophy is you meet people where they are at. And so if you come to Mission Hiring Hall and you ain't ready because you need to take care of some other parts of your life, there's other agencies within the social service panorama in San Francisco. And we say, wait, why don't you go take care of this and this and this and come back when you're ready.
So last question, do you help with getting these people licensed and certified, or is that on their own?
That's a responsibility typically of the union or whoever's sponsoring the apprenticeship.
Okay, but Mission Hiring Hall does not help with that?
No, we don't do that. We get you trained. We're trying to get you skilled so you can go work with these guys.
Okay.
Like these guys can call me after this and be like, look, I need somebody that can show up. I need somebody that knows this, that. And then maybe I can find a job fit.
All right.
I think
so. We're gonna
get to talk more.
We got 2 minutes for questions because we're running on 4:04.
I want to talk more.
I know. We can save it for maybe the end if we have time.
Because City Build Pro is our construction administration and project management training, which is part of Mission Hiring Hall, an essential part. This is an 18-week training. I want to, give context. When you drive by a construction site and you see the fences and you see people moving, working, concrete, people framing, all this stuff, all the action, and the hats and the vests and all that good stuff. Well, there's somebody back in an office keeping track of all that. The money, the schedule, the milestones, the safety, you name it. It's called construction management. And so we have over 70 people a year that join our CAPSA or City Build Pro program. Those jobs, they'll go straight into major builders and subcontractors, and that has a 75% placement rate. 70 and the average wage coming in is $33.33 last year.
Okay.
And so when people want to make the change, lane change, whether you're medical, whether you're tech, wherever you're coming from, this is a very viable sector. And back to your other panel, the 5 major skills in construction, administration, project management, professional skills in general, emotional intelligence, collaboration, adaptability, critical thinking, leadership, and active listening. This was from data, post-COVID data that said, what are professional services looking for? What skills? The hard skills, Microsoft Office and things you need administratively, yes, of course. But what we're really looking at, it's individuals that are well-rounded and ready to work.
Yeah, and active listening is also really important. All right, so we are gonna open up for 2 minutes. All right, we're gonna be pretty strict about this one. Questions, just
So I
for
had a-
him, for Daniel.
Yeah. So you talked about like health and being fit for your job, which makes sense. I was doing demolition for a while, just like swinging a sledge all day, and I just thought like, man, what's the longevity of this? And is there like an age where it's like you shouldn't think about construction anymore? Like if you're 35 or something like that, like maybe it's not time to go over and start swinging the sledge or doing that.
When you said sledgehammer, my shoulders started talking to me. So it's a way with sledgehammer. I'll give you this. So there is a transferable skills just for if you're in the tech sector that are transferable to the construction sector. If we're looking at construction management people, there's value to folks that worked in the field in the past because they know the site, they know what's happening. So if they can get trained on the administrative part and construction management part of it, then it's a great transferable skill to put across in construction management. So yeah, man, you don't want to be swinging like that for your life. It's probably not, viable for you, no matter how well you take care of yourself.
So does your org kind of help find a place for someone like that?
Well, a lot of people go into City Build apprenticeship training, and then, I get 3 or 4 each cohort that are like, hey, I did City Build, I was a carpenter, I did some light safety inspection, I got put on, but I want to learn the construction management and jump on the other side. And so, yeah, there's a career path that looks like that. And those are good jobs and careers.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we're gonna cut that one and then we're gonna go to the next person, okay? So tell us a little bit about your organization and some of the training that's required.
So I've been a cabinet maker in the Bay Area since 1994. Owned this is my second company. We do about 2.5, 3 million annually. We have about 16 of us. And I've got a 15,000 square foot facility in Hayward. And
so you guys just make cabinets? Anything else that you make?
We make anything out of wood.
Wow.
Yeah. Custom cabinet makers, millwork.
Now, do you need a license or a certificate?
To own the company, to manufacture wood, you don't need a license.
Okay.
To install it into a business or a home, you have to have a C6 license from the CSLB, and that's what I have.
And how do you get that license?
Do
you need like a certain amount of experience, test, like you said?
I mean, there are a lot of different ways. I think the best way is just to go get a job with somebody, a cabinet shop, and learn how to become a cabinet maker. Like you said, you need an employer to sign an affidavit to certify that you have the experience to take the license.
Qualifier.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to make a cabinet but not put it in somebody's home, like a standalone cabinet, you don't need a license, but like if you wanted to install it in somebody's house, then you would need a license. I'm just trying to see where the line is.
There are a lot of cabinet manufacturers who just sell pre-made cabinets.
Okay.
We're custom cabinet makers. Most of our work comes from architects, interior designers, general contractors. Relationships that I've built, over the past 30 years here. I still love it every day.
Oh, that's awesome.
Obviously there's aspects I don't love, but we improve people's lives, and I love that part.
So you guys provide like on the job training for people to figure out how to learn?
We do it more in the way of an apprenticeship.
Okay. How long does your apprenticeship last?
It's not formalized like the union.
Okay.
The union has a very formalized setup. I'm looking for, like if you're like a high school graduate, we start everyone at $20 an hour. If you're a high school graduate, $20 an hour. If you've been working and have life skills, probably 25.
Okay.
And we just find a place that you want to be at in the shop and go from there.
Would that include health insurance?
Yes. Yeah, we have full benefits.
Full benefits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Health insurance, 401k.
That's good.
Paid holidays. We have the installers, the field guys get paid their commute one direction.
Yeah.
It's brutal out there for the field guys.
How so? Yeah.
Well, they have to get in their car, they have to drive at least an hour, and then work, 8 or 9 hours, and then get in their car and probably drive 2 hours.
Wow.
Right home, the afternoon traffic.
So what's if you don't want to be in the field? Would your organization help you find a different type of job that you could have? Like what other kind of job would there be?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different, so I did want to say that even though we're a manufacturing company, there's a lot of tech involved. We have CNC equipment, machines that need, people who understand computers and are computer literate. And those are physical jobs, right? You're picking up sheets of material, putting on the machine, but you're also bringing up the programming, understanding the code, taking care of the machine. And then there's the whole design aspect of it. There's
when you say
actors.
So that would be like CAD. When you say computers, that's all CAD?
Well, there's the manufacturing side of it, right? And then there's the design side, and we do both. So we have designers, we have cabinet engineers, we have trade-specific software. And one of the biggest problems with our industry is that the skilled people are aging out.
That's right.
And we try to inspire younger people to come work with us. But it's not exciting in the way that, if you were to, be in some other, it's not romantic. I think people think woodworking is like, you're sitting there with your, and you're creating beautiful pieces of furniture all day. That's not, it's not like that. In the beginning, it's a job.
So can I ask you this? When you're doing on the job training, like you're going out in the field, does that pay more or less than somebody who's doing the design, the actual CAD work?
Well, so some people, I have a expert at the software that we use, and he has essentially a Vulcan mind meld with that software, and he makes a lot of money.
Okay.
Because he could go anywhere and, make $60 an hour.
So somebody in tech, that might be a better transition for them if they wanted to do more.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They would need some sort of, working on the shop floor for a while to understand the pieces and parts.
Hmm.
But absolutely somebody who understands programming. I can't imagine that they wouldn't be able to pick it up quickly.
Cause like there
We use a program called Cabinet Vision.
are some guys that I know who, I'm not gonna name any names, but they cannot use a hammer to save their life. But you can ask them to draw, design, architect, and they can do the whole thing. But would they be able to, I know you said that you need some type of experience in order to have that groundwork in order to be a good cabinet maker. But for people that don't want to have that experience, they just want to go and do the designs. Is that possible if you really do a nice apprenticeship?
There's other parts, like he was saying, there's project management. We need APMs, assistant project managers. There's a tremendous amount of documentation and information and data that has to be extracted out of emails, call architects, interior designers, get the information we need, put in the proper place, and basically managed in that way.
Yeah.
If you don't want to work on the shop floor, but you want to get into the trades, I would say in any trade, essentially, there's a place for someone
Okay.
who is computer literate.
All right. So we got 2 minutes for questions. Anyone? Okay, here. Guy from the SFK, let's go.
Do you see the struggles with people aging out, young people not coming in? Do you know of any other like mill workers or cabinetry folks that have found a way to get more people sort of into the business, or is it just sort of labor shortage across the board?
I think it's mostly that there's just not necessarily the drive to move into the trades versus going to college. There are a lot of institutions out there that are trying to change that are trying to show the advantages of becoming in the trades, a plumber, electrician. I knew an electrician who was a fireman, and he would get a Kelly day, which would mean he would work he would have 5 days off in a row, and he would go and wire an entire house and make a lot of money. I'm not saying that you're going to go work for a cabinet shop and make a lot of money. I'm just saying that if you are driven to become an entrepreneur, there's a lot of ways to do that in construction.
Yeah.
So.
Anyone else? One more question?
I have a two-part. One, just to be a little silly, what's the most elaborate and beautiful cabinet? Like, what's something that took the most time for your team that you've created?
We do a lot of large millwork projects. We just did one in Sonoma. It was a $750,000 millwork contract. And the theme of the house was diamonds.
Oh.
So, but diamond shaped.
Okay.
Diamond shaped, not diamonds, diamond shaped.
I was like, wow.
And there was some very complicated I've been doing it a long time, and I feel like I know a lot. Man, I didn't know how I was going to build this. We did it. We made it happen. We had to resort to using steel and other materials, and we do a lot. Actually, we do all of the manufacturing drawings. We need to introduce other materials, glass, steel, whatnot, into our projects, because sometimes the design team wants something that you just can't do out of wood. So you have to introduce other materials.
Okay.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
So we're going to do the last one, and that's Tina. So you want to talk about, the organization?
What would you like me to talk about? Clearly, I am not trades.
Healthcare.
I am healthcare. I represent San Francisco Department of Public Health. That being said, we definitely use the trades in our hospitals. You do have you have to have a separate certification to work trades in a hospital. But we have all the things that you could possibly imagine that all of these gentlemen here do. I mean, plumbing, for instance, is huge in a hospital, and electrical. We can have some real problems there, and even paint, because people are so sensitive to materials, and we have patients that are ill and can't be exposed to certain things. And of course, with millwork, we have some really interesting cabinets. We have toilets that are hidden inside the cabinets. You might go into a bed, someone's hospital room, and you'll think, where's the toilet? And somebody will pull a cabinet open, and there will be a toilet. It's not especially private, but it's there.
So
Kaiser has its own cabinet shop.
Yeah. I used to work for Kaiser, and they actually did a thing where they have this building, and they test everything that they design in terms of how the hospital workers work in the particular environment that's been designed. So, I got to see that firsthand, which was really cool. But working for Department of Public Health, we definitely need all of these skills. I can tell you that I have worked with Mission Hiring Hall in other capacities for over 30 years. I know I don't look like it, but but I have worked with Mission Hiring Hall from when I was recruiting for security officers, you name it, home health aides, guard cards, all of that, and even for DPH, we recruit for our cafeteria helpers and all kinds of different positions. So it's a great organization. As far as what we look for in terms of talent out there, if you're in tech, we have a ton of tech in healthcare, as you can well imagine. We also have a Department of Technology. So even if you are a pure techie and you really don't want to transition, you can look at our Department of Technology and find opportunity there. I can tell you that we do offer stability. There's great benefits, medical, dental, vision. We have a pension plan, which is pretty rare these days. I worked in private sector for forever, and this is the first time I'm like, oh, I get a pension plan. Wow, that's great. We also have deferred comp and all of those wonderful things. The thing that I would say that if you're looking to make a transition into healthcare and maybe into healthcare, either some sort of trade or technology, definitely do your research. There's plenty of resources out there. City College of San Francisco has a lot of certification programs. You have to have a certification in San Francisco to work as a janitor in our hospitals. And you can get that from City College. You have to have a certification if you want to be if you have a language skill and you want to do medical interpreting.
Yeah, what kind of certification would you need? And how long would it take?
So for something like the janitorial services, I think it is a 2 semester, so 1 year, certification program. And City College, if you're a resident, it's free. So why not go? Same thing with if you were doing interpreter services, same thing with them. For them, it's 6 months. It's a 6-month certification. You can get certified as a home health aide. You can get certified as a CNA and LVN. San Francisco City College even has a nursing program. So if you're interested in going to nursing, you can do that as well.
So when people think about healthcare, we typically think of, okay, you're going to work in a hospital. Well, you earlier were talking to me about population health and other types of departments. Can you kind of expand on that?
Absolutely. Department of Public Health is a multifaceted entity. Talk about diamonds. So most of you guys are familiar, I think, with San Francisco General.
Yeah.
So we are the only city and county hospital in San Francisco. We are also the only level 1 trauma center in San Francisco and northern San Mateo County. So if it's critical, it's coming to us. So certifications to become, you know, something outside of that, there are definitely certifications. So let me just give you the overall who we all are. There's also Laguna Honda Hospital, long-term care facility, rehabilitation. So maybe you go and get your license. Believe it or not, you can become certified as a dance therapist. So if you love dance, you can go and be certified as a dance therapist, and that's how you teach people either to, you know, learn to walk again, learn to move again. Sometimes, you know, these guys might get injured on the job and they just need to learn how to move again. And it can be fun to do it through dance. And I'm not talking about the jitterbug or any of the other hot new dances. You know, it's just movement therapy. And those are certifications that you can get pretty readily. Sometimes being in that healthcare environment inspires you to do other things. Another facet of ours is, Jessica mentioned, is we have a division called population health. And their fingers are really in everything. For instance, you can become certified as what we call a behavioral health counselor or specialist. You can get a certification to become just a healthcare worker, where you're working with people and helping them to understand what the benefits of, you know, that the city and county offers. So it's a call center. So you're really talking to people about, hey, you know, we have this and that and that. The beautiful thing about public health and DPH in general is because we are tied to the city, we also offer all kinds of different city services. So you can, as a counselor, or healthcare workers, what we call them, you can say, oh, well, you know, this person is telling me that, you know, they have diabetes, but they're not managing it well. We find out, well, gee, they don't even have a way to get to the clinic to get their regular checkups. We can get them muni bus passes. Maybe they're not eating right. We can get them WIC and, you know, dollars so that they can spend their money hopefully on healthier foods. So, you know, we're able to touch people in all facets. Maybe they have some homeless, you know, concerns or substance abuse concerns. Our healthcare workers can get certified as a community health worker from City College, and you know, next thing you know, you're helping people, you know, connect those services. The other thing that we are part of with population health is also EMS, which is emergency services. So, you know, when the city goes on lockdown, that's what they do. They oversee all of that. And that's project management to everything you can think of that involves an emergency, figuring out what sorts of safety needs there are for the city, all of those things.
I just want to add that, you know, there's also data analytics and those kind of jobs that are really vital, statistics, all those kind of jobs that people who are in STEM can really relate to and kind of transfer those skills over to working in healthcare. So that was awesome. We're going to do 2 minutes for questions. If there's a lot of questions, I may expand your time a little bit because I do want to talk about the process for getting a city job, because that could be something that people really care about. So for 2 minutes. Questions?
So I didn't realize there were so many different jobs in healthcare. I just always think of like nursing and, you know, having all these certs. So where can you look to see like the long list of
Fantastic question. Careers.sf.gov. We just opened what's called a Career Services Center. It's right there at City Hall. You can book time with a counselor. They can look at your resume, talk to you about what your interests are, and help you to kind of pinpoint the city positions that might be of interest to you, that you either currently have the skill set for, or help you to understand what the bridge would be to get there. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's really great. Usually people call and they try to get a hold of someone. And if you've ever called a city agency, I'm sure you know what that's like. Yeah, actually, I have little flyers that gives you a QR code and tells you what the times are. If you want to stop by my table out there, I have
It
all that in.
is one, okay, go to one Dr. Carlton B. Goodlet Place,
Yeah.
room 110 in San Francisco. Okay, and the hours are, yeah, till usually till
Yeah,
5.
Usually
Okay.
8 to 5, but you want to schedule, you can call and schedule an appointment. But if you want to, either scan the QR code or take a flyer, you're more
And-
than welcome.
In the bio of the YouTube video, we'll put the link. So in case anybody wants to get help, they also, like you said earlier, talk about resume writing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they'll, help you with your resume writing. The biggest issue with city is that we have a civil service process and it can take a little while to actually be recognized. So persistence is key with the city. Eventually you'll get in there. Also filling out your application. And I would say that this applies to everybody in any job search. Look at the minimum qualifications. Make sure you call it out very clearly on your application. A lot of times I will look at a person's application. They'll say, "Oh, I haven't been called." And I'll look and I'm like, well, you only put your job title down. I don't know what that means for your work history. So really just being mindful of that. I think that's really important is how you fill out that application.
okay, we'll do one more question. Okay. All right, so that we actually finished up on time, so that was great.
Excellent.
All right. I hope everybody enjoyed this. Did you want to ask one more question for Rick? I know everybody was really dying for it. No? Okay. Good. Thank you, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. Audience, give yourself a round of applause too. You sat here, listened. All right. Thank you. Yep. So-
You baby, be sad. Be on me. And I'll give them trouble, and I'm not on my way. Oh, lover. You get cold, yeah, I will be your lover. Don't have to worry, cause I'm here. Don't need no way, cause I'm here. Stop me. For that stone, yeah. All you got to do, all my name can't. But she action.